morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. A request to dismiss an animal cruelty charge against accused wolf torturer Cody Roberts was denied on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Sweetwater County judge in the case confirmed he won't dismiss the case early.
So in Wyoming criminal cases, you have a chance to say, hey, judge, there's a purely legal issue where this law does not work for this case, or there's legal exceptions that bar this case.
Roberts' trial is set for March 9th. He's charged with felony animal cruelty following claims he captured a wolf, took it injured into a bar in Daniel, Wyoming, taunted it, and then later shot it. Some Wyoming Freedom Caucus legislators are questioning using $15 million in state lodging tax money to lure the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association from Colorado to Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that some legislators are saying that Wyoming shouldn't be giving handouts to businesses that want to come here.
That doesn't necessarily mean everyone in the Freedom Caucus is against this. I did speak with Representative Bear about his position on this. He said he's not ready to outline a clear position yet. He moved it forward in the Joint Appropriations Committee. He voted for it.
The $15 million from Wyoming to help the PRCA move here from Colorado would be taken from lodging tax revenues, which are levied on hotel rooms and are earmarked for tourism development. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Delisting grizzlies could be imminent, hunting advocates say, as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service considers regulations for bear hunting. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that they say pushing the deadline for the agency's decision on bears to December could be a step toward delisting.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was given until January 31st, which was a few days ago, to come up with a decision to either revise or remove its current grizzly bear policy, listing them as a threatened species in the lower 48. And they let that deadline pass, asked for, and successfully got an extension to December 8th, which is almost a year. So I talked to some folks. They probably don't think it's going to be delayed that long. Like a decision will probably be rendered sooner than that. And one person I reached out to was Congresswoman Hagman, who has long been pushing to get this out of the realm of the courts and the agencies and just take it to Congress and just have Congress delist the bears and be done with it.
A federal district court judge granted the agency's request for an extension to December 16th, but that doesn't mean FWS will wait that long to render a decision, so says Lizzie Pennock, carnivore coexistence attorney for Wild Earth Guardians. Governor Gordon says that as the University of Wyoming faces a proposed $40 million cut, it should, quote, listen to the people of Wyoming, unquote. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the governor also fielded questions about dismantling the Wyoming Business Council during a Tuesday forum in Lander.
Gordon said, we tend to work really hard on transparency, could always do better. He also said that the legislature, rather than destroying the Wyoming Business Council, should try to reform it.
Back in November, Governor Gordon proposed over $11 billion two-year statewide budget, which would include state money and federal pass-through dollars. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
Yeah, welcome, Cowboy State Daily Show. If you're enjoying the visual, we're going in the dark today. I'm going incognito. It's too much light. It's early in the morning. It's a Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. February 4th in the perfect symmetrical rectangular month of February 2026. Renee and I talked a little bit about it yesterday. I said it was a phenomena or a rare occurrence. We'll never see a February that lines out like this again until 2037. Renee tried to debunk me, saying that's nonsense. That's fake news. It's already been snoped. Kind of. I didn't call it what some are calling it. I forget the name now. Some are calling it a miracle in or an in miracle or something. I didn't call it any name. I didn't know what to name it. I don't know if it has a name, but when February lines out in a 4x7 fashion, every day happens just 4 times. The month starts on Sunday, ends on Saturday, and February just fits perfectly in a calendar. And if you have a real, like a textile paper calendar that you got from your bank, if you have a bank, isn't that funny? Like, we don't even have these things anymore. A real calendar on the refrigerator that was a giveaway at the bank. Well, we don't have the calendar on the fridge anymore. We got it on our phone, and we don't go to the bank anymore because we have it on our phone. Our whole life is on the phone. But if you did have one of them old calendars, it would have had this much room for the calendar, and then above is the photograph of the blonde bombshell holding a wrench if you're working in the garage, or if your bank gave you this calendar, probably has a, nice photograph of your town. And the calendar part has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels vertically, 5 rows for every month, because every month needs 5 rows. Somehow there's always some leakage somewhere, but not this February 2026 would have needed just the 4 rows. It would have been an abnormality. It happened last in 2015, I understand. And it won't happen again until 2037. I was just reading if there was any national news to yak about. Not really. It's the same nonsense. People hate Trump. People hate ICE. People hate just people throwing shade everywhere. So we're not going to get into that. Cowboy State Daily stories. Interesting. What's more redneck than a snowmobile strapped onto a Nissan Altima? That's a perfect car. My go-to is the Honda Civic when you talk about, like, what's more rednecky than the Honda Civic with the built-in air conditioner just shoved in one of the windows? So redneck, so trailer park. The Honda Civic was the go-to. I'm now going to change that to a Nissan Altima when I need to. Highway 26 photograph, near Casper, shows a local Natrona County plate Nissan Altima with a snowmobile strapped to the top. Hey, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about those BLM officers that one of them or all of them charged with manslaughter in the bar fight that happened in Lander. It doesn't happen too often. Governor Gordon, who's going to be on the show Friday, lashing out at those who want to just cut when it comes to the budget, UW or education or cutting the Wyoming Business Council. Governor Gordon says that is reckless cutting. Freedom Caucus might not be done cutting, or at least the Appropriations Committee. We hear news today that they're not completely, wholly on board with the $15 million bid to bring the PRCA headquarters to Cheyenne. If that's true, if they want to come, they'll come, says some in the Freedom Caucus. They don't seem to be in lockstep on this one. We'll see if it's Rachel Rodriguez Williams speaking out along with a couple others, or whether John Bear is in line. They haven't got their message completely cohesive yet on that, but where does appropriation, where will they stand on the bid, the money to bring PRCA headquarters to Cheyenne? We'll dig into that later. Also, the missing man, David Kelsey, was found, unfortunately, presumably drowned. I mean, he was found in Beck Lake Tuesday, 50-year-old man. Dale Killingbeck has a story about an Evanston man who just lost his mind, IMO. I will shoot you in the head. We'll quote you all the things this guy was saying on social media. I heard about this. The Evanston community page was saying there's a guy going off on a rant about shooting his neighbor's wife. The neighbor husband said they stole from him. He's going to shoot them all in the head. Dude. And he didn't deny it. The video's still up, apparently, if you wanted to go see it. Cops finally got involved. The FBI got involved. They said, you can't do that. That sounds dangerous. They went and picked him up. He's in jail. Dude. Yeah, we're going to get with that. The newsletter delivered to your mailbox this morning had the following headline, and I know what some people thought when they read it, that I know how they wanted it to finish. The newsletter read, where's mine? Did I throw it away already? I did. I throw it away because I know everything that's in it. I don't need to read the newsletter. You do. You folks, unless you watch this show, and I'll bring the newsletter to life. It said accused wolf abuser Cody Roberts to go to blank. Finish the sentence. Accused wolf torturer Cody Roberts will go to. I know people wanted to finish that sentence with HE double toothpicks, but it's actually trial, and it's set for next month. He tried to get out of the trial, or his lawyer tried to get him out of the trial with some kind of thing, and the judge says, no, some kind of thing. Claire will be on today to explain what some kind of thing is. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. He tried to pull some kind of thing, saying, I don't have to go to trial. I killed a wolf any way I want, because that's what it's okay to do that in Wyoming. And the judge says, I think you should go to trial. That's my recap. Let's do weather. Weather important. Don Day with a forecast. You won't believe it, man. We got highs that could touch 60 in Buffalo tomorrow or Friday. It's just stupid. Casper, sunny, breezy, 54. Riverton, 52, sunshine. Nothing but sun in E-Town. That's Evanston, y'all. Upper 40s. Green River, 50. Pinedale, sunny, 46. A little fog in the morning for Alpine. Sunshine afternoon, 42. DuBois, sunny, breezy, upper 40s. Jackson, sunny and 44 today. Thermopolis, 53 with abundant sunshine. Cody, sunny, 57. Buffalo, 57 under sunshine. Sheridan, near 60. You're almost going to get there. 59 the high, sunshine in Sheridan. The high will be achieved by, I'm going to predict, 2:30. So at about 2:30 this afternoon, if everybody in Sheridan just collectively exhales or does something to produce heat, fire up the Barbie, I think you'll get to 60. Gillette, mostly sunny, 54 today. Newcastle, sunny, 48. Sunny in Torrington, 53. Sunny, 54 in Wheatland. State capital, Cheyenne, upper 40s, mid 40s in Laramie with sunshine. Sunny in Rawlins, 46. Hot spot in the state. That's you, Sheridan, 59. You. Yeah, there's something going on with the weather. It's an extended polar vortex, according to one meteorologist I was listening to yesterday. Extended from Canada to Florida. There's almost nothing to stop it. It's like your typical flight right now. All the Canadians all the snowbirds in Canada who live the winter in Florida. It's almost the same. You probably should have just stayed in Canada. Same thing. 36 and mostly cloudy with some snow flurries. Forecast is the same for Florida and Montreal. So, where are you going? Should have stayed there. Saved the airfare. Extended polar vortex in the east. It is almost right at the divide. Almost the Mississippi River, just about decides. A little west of that. And the east part of the country, known as all the states I don't care to even visit no more. I don't have use for any of them. I mean, there's things about those states I like. I've been to all of them, but right now, I don't have time to waste visiting any state east of the Mississippi. Why? The states west of the Mississippi, much better. And those are the ones that experiencing, I guess, no extended polar vortex and temperatures above zero, or above average. Andrew Rossi yesterday in his story said, we're off to the warmest start to winter in Wyoming ever. December and January. Double digit above. Like 13 degrees above. And that's a lot. When you talk about just pushing the needle 1 or 2 degrees in a direction for an average, that's a lot of movement. That's a lot. And when you're 13 degrees over what should be the average for not just a day, you can't just say, that's a freak day. All right, it's a warm week. We're in a warm spell. The spell is now 2 months and counting. The spell is now in our entire winter. They just canceled the Burbot Bash. We're going to talk to a Burbot hunter later. Rye Hud's going to be on. He's a fisherman. Certainly he would have been at the Burbot Bash, right? Burbot Bash, the 2026 Burbot Bash, I think to take place down there, Flaming Gorge, canceled. There's no ice. Unless they do it up from boat, you're going to sink in your ice fishing tent. Later today, we'll have Ryan Hudson, owner-operator of Wyoming Fishing Company. He knows all about burbots, how to cook them, how to eat them, how to catch them. And yeah, we'll say, what are you doing, man, now that you're not ice fishing? Because where can you ice fish right now? 2026 Burbot Bash canceled. We'll do it again next year, they said, hopefully, if this global warming stuff stops. Guest today on the show, Donal O'Toole. Dr. O'Toole will be on, the veterinarian that you probably all know. He's a well-known vet, teaches at UW, or at least used to. He'll be on the show and talk about those starving horses in Goshen County and what the latest effort is on rescuing at least 3 different herds, or there's definitely the 14 that we're concentrating on. GoFundMe is doing really well. I think we can get these horses fed and through the winter, and then we're going to take them from the dude that thinks he owns them because he's a bad guy. IMO, bad guy. Max Mickelson, mayor of Rock Springs, will be on to defend the flag. honor and defend the flag. Rock Springs, I think, had a flag, and I had no problem with it, although people hated it then. And they hate the new one. Not everybody, but one of his council members does, and the same one who seems to not get along with any of them. I mean, they're not playing well in the sandbox in Rock Springs, period. I'll ask Mayor Max, what's going on, man? Can you all get together or no? Because there's the one outspoken member of the council there who doesn't like anything his cohorts do. He seems to always be the dissent, the anti-vote. He was the only one who voted against the flag and saying that it was, quote, but ugly. It's not the, I don't know, it's not the most eye-appealing design, but you got to remember a couple of things. One, a 17-year-old designed it. Not that a 17-year-old's not capable of designing a good flag, but let's be mindful of calling someone's work but ugly who's still in high school. I mean, dude. And also, the flag needs to be, there's some restrictions about city flags. Like, a flag needs to be just very simple in design. It can't be real busy with a lot, people put up their idea what the flag should be, and it was just, no, that's not a flag. That's a poster. Flags have to be real simple. So the design they settled on, apparently at least one council member at Rock Springs hates it. Some hate it. It's not, I'm just look at it and I got 2 questions. Why? Why even go there? You're never going to get consensus on a flag. Why even have a flag? What is Rock Springs going to be a lesser city without a flag? My question is, can Rock Springs be any lesser with a flag, or what, with or without a flag? But I would never say that to Mayor Mickelson. Hopefully he's not listening this early. Yeah, I don't think a flag is going to fix Rock Springs' problems. Let's just say that. Megan Degenfelder, Superintendent of Public Instruction, will be on. We'll talk about the graduation rates, which were up. Real good news. We're now back to pre-COVID numbers. Very encouraging. Superintendent Degenfelder will join the show today. Charles Nye, the science guy, not that one, not Bill, but he's sciencey. Charles Nye knows all about like geochemistry and stuff. I don't. But he'll explain an exciting project proposed from Wamsutter. Normally, excitement and Wamsutter are 2 words never in the same sentence. If you've been to Wamsutter, well, there is some exciting breakthrough technology. Again, another oxymoron, or another, you don't normally hear breaking tech, exciting, or anything of that to do with Wamsutter. But there's something happening in Wamsutter, and Charles Nye will explain it all for us. Jared Petrino will talk UW sports, Cowgirls. Go Girls, got a big game coming up, I think, tonight. The boys, they gave us a letdown last night. They couldn't shoot. Well, they shot, but they couldn't make baskets. Terrible. They were like less than 30% from the field. What's my number? Yeah, there's nothing. 32% from the field. So they made 1 out of every 3 shots from the floor. That's not usually going to get you a win. Jared will be on. We'll talk UW sports basketball. Mountain West Conference announced a new media rights package where you'll watch Mountain West sports starting next year. Will be interesting. And as I said, Ryan Hudson, the fishing guide. He'll explain the best way to prepare burbot, or even what burbot is, or even how to catch them ugly fish. They are, speaking of butt ugly, they're right up there or down there with the Rock Springs flag. I don't know which, what is harder to look at, a burbot at the end of your line or the new Rock Springs flag?
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Rounding up the stories of the last 24 hours in the Cowboy State Daily, checking I like to look at the Facebook posts of the stories where you get an idea of what the reaction has been, how many stories got eyeballs, how many stories elicited reaction, thumbs up, thumbs down, laughing, crying, etc. Some people want to hug a story. That's cool. Some people want to feed a story. How about those horses? Yeah. We're going to talk about that in a minute when Dr. O'Toole's on. Some people get sick over stories. They put the green face emoji. I threw up a little in my mouth reading this one, or I don't know. How about the reaction to one of the biggest reactions, 63 comments, 104 shares, 453 reactions. is the snowmobile strapped to a Nissan Altima, regarded as about as backwoods redneck as one can get. Hey, when you don't have a snow machine trailer, and they're expensive, and if you don't have a pickup to put the snowmobile, how do you get it to where you want a snowmobile? Nissan Altima. They just have there's a new marketing campaign for them. Somebody saw it, somebody being Gillette resident Twyla Munschenk, traveling between Casper and Shoshone with her husband Saturday, and they both passed this Nissan, pulled over the side of the road, apparently abandoned. It's not stickered at this point, but nobody was there. The tires all look good. Maybe and the hood's not up, but maybe there's obviously something wrong. Let me share the photo if you haven't seen it. Get on the Cowboy State Daily and check it out. Nissan Altima, which has got a few parts missing. And yeah, you got a front quarter panel. Looks like it's about to blow off. And then the snowmobile, which seems to be on the vehicle pretty good. I don't know how wonky it is. I mean, it's strapped on there twice through the windows, which, you know, you've probably seen the redneck memes, the photos of all kinds of things people transport on the top of their vehicle. Without a pickup truck or a trailer, some people have to get really inventive. And all you need is a couple of tie-down straps and ingenuity. And Wyoming, by the way, is the 12th most can-do state. As I change gears on my topics, this is how my mind works. Where did I put that story? I saw this come into my email feed, I believe. It was a list of like roll up your sleeves, can do, fix it guy, fix it dude states. And I thought Wyoming would be top 10. Top 5, at least top 10. And I was surprised to see us outside of the top 10. We were number 12. Where did I do it? Did I throw this one away now? I'll find it later. Note to self, find that chart. Wyoming, you know who was up really high was Maine. And Maine people who live in Maine, they are a pretty can-do kind of state. I'll give them that. Louisiana was in the top 10. And if we were just talking about the Bayou folk, Cajuns, there's no more can-do people than Cajuns. When the end of the world comes, the apocalypse and the zombies and all that, you probably want to surround yourself in the foxhole with a few Cajuns. I'll take a couple of people from Maine. After all, what is Maine's state motto? Don't tread on me, or is that New Hampshire? Maine state motto was something about being real independent, wasn't it? I lead, I direct, I guide. Maine's motto is I lead. The North Star, the state seal. Okay. Maine's tagline, the way life should be. I lead. Yeah, Maine was number 1, and it was the top 10 handiest states in America. In other words, like your average, and it's not to say women, but your average husband, your average dude, your average wife, your average woman, they can just do it. If it needs fixing, like you're not likely to find a broken mailbox out front or a dysfunctional swing set in the back because they fixed it. They did it. They do it. Maine, number 1. Number 2, our neighbors to the west, Idaho. 3 is surprising, Oregon. I mean, if it ever stops raining long enough in Oregon to get out and do something, and maybe they go fix their own stuff, but They're number 3 on the handiness. Oregon. Hawaii's number 4, and that's because, if you don't do it, who is? You're surrounded by the Pacific Ocean. When you're an island, you become a can-do kind of people. Vermont's up there at 5, Montana number 6, Utah, Washington, Arizona, Louisiana. Wyoming's 12. 12th nationally as America's handiest state. And I think of this because of the photo, because of the story we're talking about with the sled, the snow machine strapped atop of a Nissan Altima. That's handy. I got to get it done. I got to transport this sled. I don't have a snowmobile trailer. I don't have a pickup truck. I just have a Nissan Altima. How do I make it happen? And that's what Twyla and her husband wondered. How did they make that happen? How did they get that up there? Twyla said it's about as backwoods redneck as you can get. I agree. That's backwoods. Marcia McBeath also saw the vehicle on Saturday. She and her husband were traveling to Casper. Saturday must have just been a day to travel around with the spouse, eh? Just drive Highway 26. We were heading back to Riverton. 6 hours later, she said they passed it originally on Saturday morning, and then later headed back to Riverton. 6 hours later, it was still there. And they both looked at each other and said, did we actually see that? I told my husband, Marcia said, that if it was still there on the way back, we got to stop and get a picture because nobody's going to believe this. And sure enough, 6 hours later on their way back, it's still there. Munchak, going back to Twyla, said, I want to know how they got that thing on the roof. That's my biggest question. So do I. That's not easy. Again, let me share a photo. I can attest that's not easy to do. You got to be either really good or really bad at loading a snowmobile onto that Nissan. I used to have a snowmobile, and before I got a trailer, I used to carry it around, load it in the back of a pickup like everybody else. But I didn't have a long bed. I had a short bed pickup that was jacked up pretty good. And I had a ramp. And I'll tell you, loading a snow machine on the back of a pickup is tricky. There's the sweet spot where you need to achieve a certain amount of momentum and speed to get it up the ramp. Because if you fail, if you do not have enough speed, if you don't hit that ramp with a little bit of gumption, a little bit of want to, you're not going to make it up there. And that's worse than actually throttling too hard. If you don't have enough, you're going to fail and you're probably going to tump over. You're probably going to fall off, or the ramp, worse, the ramp comes off the back of the tailgate. And especially with four-wheelers, same thing. You got to hit that, and you want to spend the least amount of time on the ramp as possible. The ramp's just there for a suggestion. You're just barely using it. Whoop! And then you land that thing perfectly. Stick the landing, as they say in gymnastics, right in the back of that pickup. Too soft, and you might have a wreck. You might have that snow machine on top of you. Too hard, and you're going to Napa every other week to replace your back windshield, your back tail light. I have knocked out everything on the back of a pickup trying to load a snow machine. 8 out of 10 times I'll hit it perfect. Whoop, and there it is. But the 2 out of 10 times you don't hit it perfect, you got to ski through your back window. That's why they made a headache rack for the pickups. One of those grill guards to guard your back window. Or you just misshoot, something gets you off to the left or right, and there goes the tail light. I mean, come winter, I'll bet you the Napa, your downtown, your local Napa, come winter, is like they can't keep tail light covers in stock because the guy's trying to load their snow machine on the back of a pickup. So eventually you get smart and you say, why don't I just get a trailer? Save my money. Spend $4,000 on a snow machine trailer, and trailer these things around, there's a lot more margin for error. But this guy ain't even got the trailer, ain't even got the pickup. I don't know who this guy or gal is, but the congrats to you. The Redneck Award of the day. You might be a redneck if you're transporting your snow machine around on a Nissan Altima on the hood.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I'm having trouble all morning with my cameras. That's why I've just gone dark. I don't know what's the deal today, but Dr. Donal O'Toole joins us. Top of the morning to you, Doctor.
Jake, how are you?
I'm good. I put a little Irish in my coffee, which helped.
Well, actually, what you should do is just put a little coffee in your Irish.
Yeah. That's later in the week. It's only Wednesday. By Friday, coffee is just, as long as the cup was sitting somewhere near a bag of coffee beans. Yeah. Dr. O'Toole, DVM, board certified anatomic vet pathologist. Are you teaching at UW?
No, I'm done.
You're done.
I worked at UW for 32 years.
Yeah. So you know everything about animals. I want to start with cats because Yes, I have one. Do you know small, just large animal or cats?
No, I got 3 cats myself and 1 epileptic dog.
All right. What is wrong with my cat, Dr. O'Toole?
I'm not going to blame it on you.
I do the best I can. He's a barn cat. He's half feral. He's outside now. I have a litter box for him, but I've only seen him use it twice in over a year. He prefers to be outside almost all the time, but he comes home just about every day. And he
probably belongs to the Free Cat Peeing Society.
So
is a barn cat? So he's a liberated cat. He's not going to be confined by a litter box. So I have 1 cat that I have litter boxes downstairs, and I have 1 cat called Evil Kitty, and he'll go down into the litter tray, and then however he does it, he'll pee everywhere but inside the litter tray.
Ugh.
So we've had chats, and I've offered him to other people. My mistake may be naming him Evil Kitty, because when I say, I think you need to have Evil Kitty, I just get no takers.
Yeah, it's like a rancher trying to sell Knothead the horse. Not usually going to work. Let's talk about the horse thing. Cats, we'll never be able to figure them out. We don't have enough time. But the horse, this situation, look, I'm going to mention his name once, and that's it. Nathan Wallman, he's just a bad horse owner. He's, I don't know what's wrong with the guy, but he's a horse hoarder, and he doesn't take care of the horses. The latest that's going on in Goshen County, Gary Hubert, and you were alerted of a situation. We're going to call them the Goshen 14. These 14 horses that by the time you were alerted, how were you alerted? I think you got an email from somebody. You checked out the situation. These horses were direly underfed, yes?
That's right. So somebody, I don't share my phone number, my cell phone number.
Yeah.
And somebody who knows Gary Hubert phoned me or at least texted me and told me about the situation. And basically what had been going on was the person you named, who shall remain nameless, he has been in court multiple times, basically for the same thing, animal cruelty, not feeding, not watering, neglecting illness, and so on. And she said that and I hope Gary doesn't mind me saying this, an elderly Wyoming rancher and hay hauler had been feeding these animals. I think Gary's 83.
Yeah.
And Gary's the real deal. And what he said to me when I phoned him, I said, what's going on here? And he kept saying, it's just not right. And it's just so reassuring to meet people like that. And Gary's been hauling hay and checking the water daily since, I think, October. So he was driving by these 14 horses. They're on a 30-acre pasture. And he noticed some of those animals had a really low body condition score. There was one particular horse he thought was going to die. And Gary went and he contacted a bunch of people, the sheriff, the county prosecutor, Wyoming Livestock Board, state vet, some local representatives, and nothing was happening. So he reached out to me, and then I reached out to the sheriff and I copied the letter to the prosecutor, and I said, if these guys can get a change in brand, a switch in ownership, we would try, and that's the Wyoming Coalition for Animal Protection, we would try and get these horses out to a rescue. And the rest was silence. So I was getting concerned that Gary and then another local person in Goshen, Dave Kronk, I was concerned they were going to run out of hay because hay is kind of expensive and short at the moment. And someone suggested to me that I try and do a GoFundMe. So initially I tried to raise $5,000, and I guess to my total astonishment, we've raised $11,000.
Nice.
So, so we'll use that to buy hay to get the horses through till May for green up. The problem is the pasture is just, I mean, literally dirt.
And it's not going to...
There's no grass.
Right, and it won't come back in spring, I wouldn't imagine. So that's not a long-term solution at all where they are.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then if, I think we should be, given that we've overshot our target, and I really, really appreciate people's generosity. I guess I was kind of shocked. I used to do a lot of forensic necropsies on abuse cases, and they always sickened and upset me. And to actually deal with people who care about this stuff, a lot of the money's coming in from Wyoming, it restores my faith, I guess. So we need to get a change in ownership, if possible, need to get them off that pasture. And I've made tentative contacts with a bunch of rescues, both in-state and out-of-state. And rescues are always nervous about taking these starved horses. This is not an uncommon thing in Wyoming, because there's a condition known as refeeding syndrome. So it's like when people came out of the concentration camps in 1945. They kind of make it through with starvation, but if you don't get the feeding regimen right, you kill them by giving them food. Yeah. And so we need to have the horses in sufficiently good condition that the rescues will take the horses.
Right. For instance, like I imagine if these horses got on some fresh green up in spring, it would be too rich for them. Like you can't grain them. You got to be real careful about how you reintroduce nutrients back into these horses. They're so far gone. This right. Nameless bad owner, this is like the third instance, and I don't know how these people keep getting animals, but I went back. I saw an old story of yours you wrote, and you're a great writer. You wrote something for Wildfile back a couple years ago. And it's a great statement. The headline, ignoring animal cruelty is the same thing as accepting it. Turning a blind eye, walking by is condoning. So you've got to take action. And you did. Gary Hubert did, the elderly 83-year-old. You have to. And apparently that rings true with people on who have contributed to the GoFundMe. It's why you've overshot your target. And by the way, any extra money will go to Home on the Range and Albany County, Wyoming Animal Rescue for livestock. So, nobody's getting rich off this. We're just doing the right thing, huh, Dr. O'Toole?
Yeah, and I'd also like to give some credit to Dale Killingbeck for Cowboy State Daily. Dale contacted me, and at that stage, I think we had raised maybe, $2,000, $3,000. And as a result of Dale's story, the money came in. There's another journalist who's been working on this, and that's Jess Oakes, who's written a series of stories in the Torrington Telegram.
Yeah.
She's followed this very closely. So I've kind of relied on her information. She's tracked this situation very well. But both Dale and Jess underscore the importance of good journalism.
Yeah. There's just some things that we know, I think, you and me and normal people in our heart of hearts know are wrong. And it's, doing animals wrong. I just can't do it. Running them over with snow machines, running over a perfectly good Nissan Altima with a snow machine. That's another story. But
I saw the story. Yeah.
I just don't understand. It's just there are some things that are right and wrong, and they should be inherent in our soul that we know. I don't understand how people leave horses because as far as the DVM, a vet, a doctor, Dr. O'Toole. How long? People put horses out to pasture, and you got situations where maybe you got to get over here to this town, that state, and you leave them for a few days. But we're talking about water in troughs that is like the water's dried up. How long can these horses be expected to, pick at what little blade of grass there is on the ground or go without water?
There's several variables. One is what kind of condition they are at the get-go.
Yeah.
Another is winter conditions. So they need more feed, obviously, the colder it gets. So we have been blessed that this has been an extraordinarily mild winter.
Yeah.
If we got a cold spell around the time that Gary started hauling, it was his own hay, started hauling his own hay over to these critters. There was one animal that the person who contacted me, and she sent me photos, she estimated had a body condition score of 1, and that means basically near death. So if we had in October a really cold snap, that would have probably killed that horse. And that horse, in fact, all the horses are now in much better shape and much happier. And they're kind of a mild nuisance. They're so happy to be fed, which is really good. So that's like asking me how long is a piece of string. Animals, like humans, can survive with no food for extraordinarily long periods of time. But then what happens is often it's not the starvation, it'll be secondary disease. So when I went over to see the horses, the first thing I wanted to see was there any evidence of respiratory disease, any evidence of pneumonia? And they all looked free of respiratory disease. So the horses have just been lucky. They were lucky in the winter. They were lucky with Gary and Dave Cronk. They were lucky that 2 journalists picked up the story. So all around, this is the lucky Goshen 14.
Goshen 14, we're talking about these horses that, besides feed and access to water, I mean, horses need regular maintenance as well. They're not, complete wild horses. You need foot care. You need teeth occasionally, worming. And then wounds. Some of these horses have been wounded in some way. Old evidence of old wounds that have just never been taken care of. But people have responded to the story. Dale Killingback wrote it. Rancher, other Good Samaritans rescue 14 starving horses in Goshen County. It's difficult with the legalities. I know you're a veterinarian. You're a doctor. I don't know what you know about it. But, when it comes to ownership of horses in Wyoming, there's prevailing Western beliefs that, your animal and you can do what you want with them, whether it's a border collie, a horse, or a wife. Chattel. It's all chattel. It's yours. I'll do what I want with them. Leave me alone. And there are many sheriff's deputies who follow that in a brand inspector. It's difficult to navigate the legalities of simply taking neglected animals from someone and saying, you know what, horse ownership isn't for you. It's difficult to do.
Well, and so, we have gaps in the law. So there's lots of gaps in the law. Property rights are very strong in our state. And I understand that. But it becomes tricky if somebody has animals and they are neglecting them. There's actually a pattern of sheriff's departments are pretty slow to intervene.
Yeah.
Because what they want to do is they want people to fix it, and they'll talk to these guys. Sometimes if it's a county that has animal control out in the county, they'll go out and try and talk to these guys. But the facts of life are we will always have lop-eared weasels owning horses, and they should not have them. And particularly if there is a recurrent pattern of neglect and abuse, it's really down to the sheriff's departments and the county prosecutors to do the right thing. And I think they don't like these cases. I think these are tricky cases. There are sometimes unpopular cases. And their initial approach is not to slap someone with a felony cruelty case. And I think that's a mistake. That needs to be addressed.
Yeah, well, for those folks outside of Goshen County, outside of Wyoming, who may be thinking about, your finger poised over the button to press and give to the GoFundMe, we're not all like this in Wyoming. It's a rare case. Most of us in Wyoming, we care dearly for our animals, even if they're crazy, evil cats that miss the litter box. We love our animals, man. Our dogs, our horses. This is just one of those things where this person should not have animals and hopefully won't. But yeah, feel free to the GoFundMe. Let's pump it up. No reason to stop now. Donal O'Toole joins us this morning. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. You take care.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling on here on a Wednesday. That story from Dale Killingbeck, interesting. We hope it has a positive, uplifting ending for the Goshen 14, the horses. We're out of time this hour. We got 3 more to go, so don't go far. I noticed my camera is frozen again. I don't know. I've given up trying to fix this thing. I'll press some more buttons while we're on commercial break, see if I can fix it. Maybe we need a little more Irish in the coffee. That might do it. But it's time now for a news break. Cowboy State Daily Show. News next. We'll catch you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. A 62-year-old Evanston man faces felony charges after posting a video online threatening to shoot and kill his neighbors over a property dispute. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Robert W. Vaudry, wearing a cowboy hat, leans into the camera and threatens to shoot a neighbor in the head.
The Uinta County Sheriff's Office was notified about this video by the FBI, apparently, according to the affidavit. And so they went out to the house and phoned this guy, and he came out and they arrested him.
Vaudry had his initial appearance in court on Tuesday and faces 2 counts of intimidating a witness, both felonies, and 2 counts of violation of a stalking order of protection. A BLM law enforcement officer and 2 members of his family pleaded not guilty to murder and manslaughter charges on Tuesday in a shared arraignment hearing in Fremont County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the judge has set a tentative trial date.
The judge set a very tentative trial date of May 4th, but it's sounding like these defense attorneys are going to ask for more firm trial settings, individual trials, and really get kind of each their own week rather than this, we're all waiting our turn on this same tentative scheduled day.
BLM officer Richard Deke Dollard, Jesse Dollard, and Justin Dollard are accused of killing a man in a Lander bar brawl last month. About 20 people attended the hearing, not including attorneys, court security, and media. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. Also, make sure your child seats are properly installed. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uinta County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson's Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health, and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just $250 a month, no copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now. And your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonshealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The body of a Cody man was found and recovered Tuesday in Beck Lake. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the 50-year-old Cody man had been missing for more than a week.
It's believed he left on Friday, January 23rd in the evening or early morning Saturday on foot. How he got there is not known, nor how he died is also not known. The police are not releasing any details other than to say that it is under investigation.
It's believed that Kelsey left his home on Central Avenue in Cody on foot at some point late Friday evening on January 23rd or as early as Saturday morning as temperatures plunged below zero. Wyoming drivers gawked at a snowmobile strapped to a broken-down Nissan Altima on Highway 26 near Casper over the weekend. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that one passing motorist posted on social media calling the jerry-rigged setup about as backwoods redneck as you can get.
It didn't seem to work out for this particular person. From what we're able to put together, it seems like the Nissan broke down somewhere between Casper and Shoshone, which is where many people saw and photographed it, because it's not the sort of thing you see every day. And then the next day, someone else happened to see the same scene, except the Nissan was strapped to a trailer being pulled by a truck, and the snowmobile had been tossed into the bed of said truck. Now, presumably that was a phone a friend situation. So it's possible that it's legal to strap a snowmobile to the top of a Nissan and transport it that way. It doesn't seem to have worked out for this particular person.
Now, the biggest shock to everyone on social media was the Natrona County license plate. People couldn't believe this situation wasn't a tourist. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Let's go to Rock Springs, y'all. You ready? Let's see what happens if I go in the Zoom room. It actually worked. I'm having camera problems today, Mayor. But
good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you. This is Mayor Max Mickelson, Rock Springs, Wyoming. We're going to talk about the new flag, the old flag, and flags design in general. But all the controversy and the hubbub over the flag, to me, is predictable. Nobody's going to agree on any one thing. So you guys, I don't know what you were thinking, Mayor, but the flag, flag design contest, is everybody going to thumbs up? No, there's going to be detractors. But this second part of this is the playing in the sandbox for the city council has not been the forte of Rock Springs. There's one outlier who I don't think Rick likes you, Mayor. I will just say it.
Here's the good news.
Yeah.
The whole intention of the flag design project was to find a way. Engaging citizens is really my top priority, because if we as the elected people don't have an informed constituency giving us their opinion, it makes our job incredibly difficult. And it turns out that our youth are also our citizens. And it also turns out that it is absolutely fine for any member of our community to not like me, whether they're a councilman or, they only pay attention to what's happening with government once a decade. That's just a part of how these things work. I do think that it's very sad that we're living in a time when something that was meant just to engage the youth and to help the youth feel like they're valued members of our community was given so much more weight than it was due. That's really disappointing and sad that we're living in a time, growing up, I watched my family reach out and support kids my whole life. And we were very big on God, country, and family. Like, that's what I was raised to believe in. And we were also raised to believe in honesty, which, was sort of not beat into me, but kind of beat into me that's the Wyoming way, that you're a man of your word. You speak the truth, especially when it's uncomfortable. And this was something that really was just a fun thing to do. It certainly by no means was intended to try to rebrand Rock Springs as a community. It was a way for the kids to feel like they were a part of us.
Community engagement. There should be a lot of positives out of this, but unfortunately it kind of derailed in the media. As so, unfortunately news gets off track, especially when it goes to socials. But take us back to the flag, the idea of a flag design, the idea of a city flag. Now you have a city seal or an emblem. You had, I believe, a previous flag, and nobody liked that one either in 2008. Yeah. I liked it. But where are we in the far as the Rock Springs believing they need a flag? Where is it used? And what was the thinking of the old one needs a redo? And then we'll get to how you turned it over to the kids to say, hey, you show us the flag you want.
So we were participating in a parade, some members of the city council and I.
Yeah.
And we were just visiting, before the parade started. The old flag hadn't been used in years. It's not really something we do here, right? We're not adding a third flagpole in front of City Hall,
right?
To fly our city flag. That's just not the intent. And we were visiting about how could we, generate some engagement. And the idea came up of doing a youth flag design contest. And I mean, here's the thing I hope folks really hear. This flag is going to be mounted on the wall in City Hall's lobby with a little, framed piece of paper talking about the young man who designed it, talking about why we did it. And then it did engage the youth. It really engaged the community, not exactly in the way we would hope. And so this is something that we're hoping to continue on an annual basis. And we had a great committee of people who sat down and looked through the 50 submissions that we received. And this was the flag that they picked. And I think next year, we'll certainly relook at that selection process. And, my sort of frustration here is it was grossly misrepresented on social media by a seated councilman who knew the actual details. Now, whether or not he agrees that those are the details is a him issue. But if the community knew, and I thought I had put out enough information, hey, this is about youth engagement. This is something fun. This is not, a weighty, heavy thing that we're doing. And we've got so much division and so much frustration and anxiety as a society nationally, right? That it seemed to be something, and the folks on the committee spanned the political spectrum from the extreme far left to the extreme far right. And that they came together and said, hey, this kid did great work. This is the flag we should pick. That's what you're hoping to come out of it. Like, there are things that transcend your political beliefs. And for Rock Springs and for Wyoming, we are friends and neighbors first. And we depended on each other in this landscape to survive. It is a harsh place to live, and we're fortunate to live in times when it's easier. But I remember my great grandpa telling me about the good old days when men would come out from Oklahoma and Arkansas to hay, and he'd pay them in potatoes, and they were thrilled to get potatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, it's just kind of a missed opportunity. And unfortunately, that's where politics are today, right? We don't look for consensus in how we can best serve our constituents. We look for how we can score points. And that's not what I'm about. Certainly the members of city council who were excited about this, it's not what they're about. And I don't think it's appropriate for those of us in elected positions to let anyone hijack this and make it a us versus them, because at the end of the day, we're all Americans. We're all residents of the greatest state in the country. And we're all residents of one of the absolutely best places that you could ever live, own a business, and raise a family here in Rock Springs.
We're talking to Rock Springs Mayor Max Mickelson. The flag design contest meant to unite a community and engage Rock Springs youth. I won't say it backfired, but it wasn't supposed to be political at all. It was community building and handing off something to the next generation. But, we've seen so many things get political. Maybe not political, but there is one member of the council that just has not played well in the sandbox by my observation. In almost every case, Councilman Rick Malonis called the flag butt ugly. I don't know if he was thinking when he made his statements online in a video of the 17-year-old that designed the flag thoughtfully. Now, whether you like it or not, I mean, you under your breath, keep it to yourself. I like it or don't like it. But let's acknowledge that Brandon was thinking about the 56 nationalities Rock Springs represents. Very, cultural, cosmopolitan city, and it has been since the beginning. And, it's just too bad how we devolved here. You're right. Missed opportunity.
Well, and Brandon did a tremendous amount of research on what good flag design looks like. And good flag designs don't have words. They don't have a lot of symbol. I mean, it is meant to be something that can be seen and recognized in a brief glance as it's flapping in the wind. And from that perspective, it's an amazing flag. And I very much appreciate his time and energy that he put into it. It would have been absolutely a wonderful conversation to say, hey, love what the kid did. I don't feel it's a good fit for our community. That's a great conversation. And that's really the issue here. It's not, from my perspective, so much that we're not, playing well together. People have different approaches, and he tends to have a very aggressive, kind of bombastic approach. And that may be what his constituents are looking for. And that's kind of the joy of American government, right? Now, I prefer that we are civil, and I think that as political leaders, our voices are given extra weight by the public. And so we need to be cautious and thoughtful in how we use our words and how we talk about things. But that's my approach, and while it certainly can be personally frustrating, ultimately the voters are the ones who decide whether or not we are appropriately representing them and behaving in a way that they value as a community.
I'm sharing a little bit as you speak with the flag design, what it looks like. Brandon's idea voted 8-1. So apparently 8 council members understood the assignment anyway. And they like the flag. I don't know. It's a flag. Flags, like the mayor points out, they got to be simple. I mean, they can't be very busy. It's not a poster contest. They got to be really simple. And this one works in a few ways, including tipping the flag up on its vertically, and then it becomes kind of Pilot Butte. Does it say Rock Springs? Is it cool? I don't know, but let's let the flag fly. Is it a done deal? We've approved it, and we're going to fly this thing?
Yes. So it is the city flag. Now, if we are able to move forward with an annual contest, again, we'll go through the process, and whatever student's design is selected, will hang on the wall. I mean, this is a way for them to, and it was, I don't know if anyone has seen the video of when I notified Brandon, but his classmates were excited. I mean, we really, and I just last week had 5 young ladies from one of our academies at the high school job shadowing me. And every single one of those young ladies, their plan is to graduate high school, leave Wyoming, and never come back. And we lose our kids at twice the national average. If 2 out of every 3 children leave the state forever after they graduate. And I love Wyoming, right? I'm sure most of us love Wyoming. I want them to see themselves building their future here. And the earlier you can engage people in civic life, the more connected they are and the more likely they are to stay here. Yeah. And that really, between losing that sense for them that they are valued and wanted because of how things were presented and how ugly it got. And then the concerns, Wyoming, the only state in the nation that has a higher teen suicide rate than Wyoming is Alaska. And fortunately, Brandon, doesn't struggle with those issues. But to have adults who are misled be so just cruel about his work, another person, I mean, that could have pushed him over the edge. And we really, as elected people, cannot afford to just run our mouths. We have to think about the impact of what we're saying because of the weight of our office.
Yeah, and I'm sure Brandon understands as a 17-year-old. He knows we all run our mouths on social. That's what it's all about. And don't take any of this stuff to heart. What was ugly is not the flag. It was the adults in the room and their reaction to the flag and the things they said. Brandon, take heart. Nobody liked the old flag either. I looked up Reddit, and one person said, "This is the most terrible flag I've ever seen." You're always going to have people who are not on board. That's fine. The flag looks great to me. I like what you're doing. I did see the classroom thing. And I see what you're doing. You're it's civic engagement for the youth. You're trying to say, hey, take ownership of something. Take ownership of government, of your town, of your state. Get involved, and this is yours now. I'm handing it off to you. That was pretty cool. Thank you, Mayor Max. I appreciate being on.
Thank you, sir, for having me.
Let me know when you got that flag hoisted, and we'll fly. I'll put the flag in the corner of our show all day.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily. We got to get a breakdown day next with weather.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner. Go.
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Well, this is the guy responsible for the no-show winter. Don Day joins us with the day weather forecast. It has been so dry, so unwinter-like that we're just taking our snow machines, putting them on the top of the Nissan and driving north until we can find snow somewhere. Don, could
you
we
gotta go east? If you want snow, you gotta go east.
Oh, that's right. We just go east. That's true. An extended polar vortex, just from Canada to Florida. The snowbirds that left Quebec for Miami, maybe rethinking that. They're like, what's the difference? Do we just land back in Canada?
Well, it's one thing about the weather is extremely humbling. And anybody who tells you they've got it figured out or they know what's going to happen, the next month, the next year, the next 10 years, or that it's always reliable, they're lying to you.
Wait a minute. Isn't that your job to tell us what it's going to be the next day?
It is. And I'm telling you the facts.
It's humbling.
It's just like, hey, on the road, I gave a talk last night to a bunch of farmers in Colorado. And the first question I said was, who wants my job? I'm taking applications. After this winter, I am certainly reconsidering my job, my career choice.
This winter's nonsense. I mean, we've seen records fall. We may see some record highs fall today, tomorrow. We're looking at 50s, even, golly, 60 maybe in Sheridan today, tomorrow. Crazy, Don.
Yeah, this high pressure ridge is pretty robust. And I think we said on Monday, it's the strongest high pressure ridge in the world right now.
Yeah.
And we're under it. So between now and Sunday, we'll just go through here. Now, we hinted, as we've talked here over the last day or two, of some changing weather next week, and that's still on the table. And getting confident the changes are coming. What I always have to caution people here is that changes are coming, but you have to keep your expectations in check. A change doesn't mean immediately a foot of snow in the backyard.
Yeah.
What it does mean is that beginning as early as Monday, we will see snow move into Wyoming's western mountains and valleys. We're going to see some wet weather in the Pacific Northwest this weekend. And by Tuesday, Jake, it could snow in Salt Lake City.
Finally. What are they?
Finally,
They've got like,
and so it's the start of something, I think. I think we're starting something next week that's going to have legs, meaning it's just not going to be, we've had what I've called over the last couple of months, we've had one-offs. One of those one-offs was that Arctic shot that came in. Some places went to 20 below. We had some pretty darn cold temperatures. We got ice on the lakes again, and we saw what happened during the Bronco playoff game, but then it went away. It was a one-off. This pattern change is likely going to be sticky, meaning it's going to start a process that's going to just be a lot more active. And I'm very encouraged, if you're a ski area or you're watching the snowpack, that the remainder of February into March, that there's a late season surge coming.
Yeah. I mean, we've all winter, we've been trying to break down that log jam thingy, and we've had some hits to the shield. And finally, it looks like, the USS Enterprise, their shields are going to fail here. And we get up into a regular, normal winter pattern, maybe.
Never say normal, Jake. Never say normal.
That's true. Not with weather. It has been Abby normal. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. Yeah, it's where's Waldo? It's been a where's winter kind of forecasting situation. It's one of those winters. Let's get back to the Zoom room. We do know where our Superintendent of Public Instruction is. There she is, Megan Degenfelder. How's everything today?
Great. Good morning, Jake. How are you?
I'm good. Well, I'm having camera issues, but it looks normal now. And I'm pretty dark today. I'm having a dark Wednesday.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
well,
that's all right. I want to talk school stuff with you. Graduation rates. Hey, up from last year. Better, now looking like graduation rates for 4-year on-time graduation. These numbers starting to look like pre-COVID. We're getting back to business in high school. I like it.
That's right, Jake. Very exciting news when it comes to our statewide graduation rates. We're up about 1.5%. And not only are we back to pre-pandemic levels, but this is actually the highest graduation rate in a decade. So a lot to celebrate here when we remain laser focused to our priorities in education.
Yeah, largest since 2009-10 academic year. So what does it mean on-time graduation? Now, I'm assuming that when you enter 9th grade, you and your cohorts, you graduate then in 4 years. Now, this accounts for transfers in, transfers out, all kinds of things. But what does it mean? How are we defining it?
Yes. So this means that that cohort of kids who started in the same year in ninth grade, they graduate on time. We do account for transfers. We did have a small tweak this year to make sure that we're not having those kids that transfer to homeschool or private schools that count against the schools. We wondered if that would, alter the percentages, but actually it didn't. And so that didn't water down the rates at all. And so this is a legitimate 1.5% increase, even with some of those changes. So a lot to celebrate here.
Really encouraging. The numbers, 83.1%. That's where we're talking about now. The latest number, that is up significantly over last year, and the highest, as we said, in over a decade. This can all be found on the education website, WDE's website, all this info. What about kids who, extenuating circumstances, maybe they take 5 years to graduate or 6, maybe they had to, take a year off. Do you continue to track high school kids and eventually they get a degree, maybe a year later too?
Well, of course, we want our students to be successful, even if it does end up taking 5 years or even if that leads to a GED. We want every child to be able to, contribute to society. And so, of course, we celebrate this group of students. But honestly, we won't stop until we get this number to 100%. I think the important thing here is making sure that kids are excited to go to school, that they value what it means to have a high school degree and what that does to unlock their future. And I think a lot of this is about kind of rethinking how we educate our students and moving away from that one size fits all model, that kids are not excited to wake up and go to school every day, but to give them pathway options, to give them experiences, that's outside of just, memorizing facts from a book. I think we're seeing that shift take place with our graduates and they're excited to go to school. So those are the type of things that if we make sure that we do that, this rate will continue to increase, and then we won't let any of those kids drop through the cracks.
Yeah, I like this approach. Superintendent Degenfelder, I hope the next superintendent, I don't want to kick you out too early, but I hope we keep on this line where the focus is on the students, meeting them where they are, and the parents, getting them involved and giving them education back to them and control over education and what that looks like in the classroom. Let's talk about a little bit of other notes. Sweetwater County had to FA and FO, man. Whether it's the wristband, the gender pronouns in the lawsuit, or the naked photo, which is not that bad anymore. After all, if you watch the Grammys, Chappell Roan was completely naked. Justin Bieber performed his hit song in his underpants. I mean, clothes were optional at the Grammys, so I don't know if it's an eye-opener, but what's going on in Sweetwater County? What is Wyoming Department of Education doing? You're just saying, hey, we got to keep an eye on you guys.
Well, first, don't get me started on these celebrities because they are completely out of touch with reality and what the actual American people care and think about. But we won't go there, or the breakdown of the family unit and society in that sense. But in any case, Sweetwater County. So what we care most about is kids. We have to get back to focusing on our kids and making sure that they're taken care of. And, for us and with the investigation that we're launching later this month, district-wide in regards to special education, I got to uphold federal and state law when it comes to our kids with disabilities. And so that's what we're doing here. We've had numerous findings in the world of special education, as well as just stacks and stacks of reports and complaints from parents. And so, I like to defer to local control. But at the end of the day, when the state needs to step in, that's what we're here for. And I've promised parents that I will stand up for them and make sure that their voices are heard. And so that's what we're doing here. We got to get, things back on track. We got to refocus on things like literacy, graduation rates, and what's best for our kids. And so that's what we'll continue to do. And from what I've seen in your administration tenure, it's something you're reluctant to do. You, as you said, you like superintendents to do their thing in their district, and you're very reluctant to get involved in anything unless you feel you have to. Let's look ahead to summer. One last thing while we have you. Wyoming Department of Education is excited to kick off the 26th Summer Food Service Program. We got to keep kids fed through summer. I love this. So what do you need from us? You need locations where we can get free lunches. We need nonprofit organizations to come together. How can we get involved this summer to feed kids? That's right. So these summer feeding sites are fantastic, and they are funded through the federal program as well, reimbursable, and we've got them in most counties across the state. But it's all about, it can be at a school, it can be at a hospital, it can be at a church or a nonprofit. You can be a summer feeding site for kids. Make sure that they're fed throughout the summer. We've also included non-congregate meals, so kids can pick up multiple meals at a time. This is the kind of program that we love and support, because we know that actual meals are getting to actual kids. And so we encourage folks to get involved, to look in your community of where these summer feeding sites exist. This is important work to make sure that our kids don't go hungry this summer.
Yeah, again, find it on the websites edu.wyoming.gov. Superintendent Degenfelder joining us on this Wednesday. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work. I love what I'm seeing.
Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Wednesday. And what else we got coming up this hour? We're going to go next here real soon to Andrew Rossi, find out what Rossi's been up to. He's the one who had the story about the snow machine at the top of the car. So many questions. Yet, very predictable. When you got to move a snow machine, and right now you can't even use your snow machine in Wyoming because of Don Day. And the whole winter no-show, lack of winter. You can't find winter any more than you can find Chapel Roan's top. Flat out topless, man. I'm not going to call that the Emperor's nude clothing. That is naked. In any way you define it. It's not fashion. She says she's surprised at the reaction of her Grammys outfit. Really? I think you knew what you were doing. That's just flat out naked.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine. But if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Break on this Wednesday. edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Good to have you along with us. Thank you. Many of you follow us loyally, and that's so cool to make your morning routine and incorporate the show. And make sure that you're not the only one. Go ahead and share that. Share your smart, wise life decision to follow this show every morning with others. Spread the news. We continue to grow exponentially. The growth, crazy. Newsletter is now, I don't know, like jillions of people. We got 200,000 Facebook followers. We got 22,000 plus subscribers on the YouTube channel. We're across radio stations in Wyoming. I mean, we just want to grow this thing till it's too big to fit anywhere. And we're getting there. Andrew Rossi will be here in a moment. We'll talk about his stories. Other stuff we're following today in the Cowboy State Daily. I want to get to the PRCA headquarters. I know the governor is going to speak on this. And I still want to understand what is the official word from Freedom Caucus. I think this is still a story that's not yet solidified. It's not hatched yet, but Representative Scott Heiner, along with, I believe, another member of the Freedom Caucus, so-called Freedom Caucus, Representative Rachel Rodriguez Williams, also, both making sound bites in the news that sound like that the Appropriations Committee or the Freedom Caucus in general may not be down with the $15 million lure to the PRCA headquarters to Cheyenne. Now, as we discussed with two different guests from Cheyenne Leads, which is an organization, a private organization that raises funds. It's not taxpayer money. That's not your money or my money. They put $15 million in the kitty to attract the PRCA. When we found out PRCA was thinking maybe, and I don't even know that they were ever like this far down the road of planning. They were just in idea space, I believe. The PRCA Board of Directors, Pro Rodeo Cowboy Association, and the Hall of Fame and the museum and everything that comes with PRCA, which is essentially the NFL of rodeo. It is the governing body, the agency that does professional rodeo. If you rodeo for money, you're likely got a PRCA card. You're likely a PRCA cowboy or cowgirl. Cheyenne Frontier Days, daddy of them all, the 10-day rodeo. Everybody at that rodeo participating is a PRCA sanctioned contestant. So PRCA is rodeo. It is the mecca of rodeo, and it's currently in Colorado. Not that that's a wrong choice, but Colorado, as we've seen, has become increasingly, shall we say, California. I mean, both states start with a C. Do the math, or do the grammar. The continuing questionable liberal decisions, the bluification of Colorado. It's got maybe one thinking, perhaps rodeo doesn't belong in Colorado anymore. I don't know. Certainly feels like a good fit in Wyoming, doesn't it? Or Texas or Oklahoma or other pro-rodeo states. But who's more rodeo than Wyoming? As Governor Gordon points out, we've been doing rodeo since before we were doing state. Back when we were a territory, but before we had dreams of joining the union, we had dreams of rodeo. That's a long time we've been pro rodeo. We have it on our license plate, man. Steamboat, the Bucking Horse. So, yeah, it seems like the right fit. Now, some are saying if it's such a great fit, let it stand on its own. That's what Representative Scott Heiner is saying, Freedom Caucus. He's saying, why take, and by the way, I said $15 million from this organization called LEADS, and an additional $15 million being considered by lawmakers. This money would be, yes, taxpayer money, but not in the form of lodging tax, which I think is more palatable to some because there is this notion that lodging tax is paid primarily by visitors. You and I have to pay lodging tax when we drive 3.5 hours to go watch the kids play basketball and we stay overnight. Yeah, we get hit with a lodging tax. But mostly visitors are paying that. I think some 70% of it is probably visitation. I don't know. I'm just ballparking it. Of that money, lodging tax, that money is meant to be spent on visitation, promoting to get more visitors. We charge visitors to spend money to attract more visitors. That's what it's for. So that $15 million coming out of lodging tax seems like a smart investment because to attract the PRCA to really build up a one-stop shopping center for all that it is rodeo in Cheyenne, you got CFD, you got interstate, you got I-80 and I-25 right there bringing as jillions of people. Hey, stop in and grab your spurs and come rodeo with us. That's a perfect fit. This thing's going to pay off like crazy. We'll make our $15 million back in no time. However, I do understand when I hear Freedom Caucus saying, we can't go throw money at things if they're a viable option. If the PRCA headquarters really will work in Cheyenne, then they should come here. But that is acknowledging this decision lives in a vacuum. It isn't. This isn't in a void. It isn't a decision made in a vacuum. It isn't. We need to attract PRCA, or how do I say it? I mean, the PRCA is entertaining offers. Reportedly, like a dozen offers. Fort Worth, Texas, definitely wants PRCA to come there, their headquarters, their Hall of Fame, their museum, and they'll pay to have it done. So Wyoming doesn't exist. We're in the game. It's sort of like the NIL college money. You pay or play or you're out. So business and industry should be able to stand on their own, says Representative Scott Heiner. I get that. I understand that. But I think in this case, if not Wyoming, then somebody else. It's a missed opportunity. It'll be a lost opportunity. And you'll watch Texas reap the benefits, in my opinion. But interesting. Renee Jean has the story. Freedom Caucus pushes back on $15 million bid to bring PRCA headquarters to Cheyenne. They will debate this, presumably, pretty heavily here in a couple of days, about a week. When the budget session begins on Feb 9, the House, the Senate, they'll be debating whether to free up $15 million because PRCA says we don't have the money to move, relocate, and build. So we need some seed money if it's going to happen at all. It's not like a bribe. It's like, here's some money to get started. Let's get this guy started. Let's play him some music. Andrew Rossi, how about... Oh, this sounds very Andrew Rossi. Kinda.
A little ominous, but it's got some whimsy to it.
Ominous and whimsy. We're going to make you our official music critic. It is like part ominous. It's like Beauty and the Beast. It's got a little of both. Okay, let's talk about these sled necks. But,
that's nice.
Dude, been there, done that. Like, There's nothing I won't put a snow machine on if I have to get it to snow, which this year in Wyoming, you got to drive more miles to the snow than you will on the snow. I've tried the back of the pickup. That's dicey. I've made many trips to Napa to replace truck parts for oops. Putting a snow machine in the back of a pickup's not easy. Get a trailer if you can afford it, but sometimes you don't have the truck or the trailer. All you got's a Nissan Altima. I get it, but how did you get it up there?
I think that's the big question. I mean, we can debate how difficult it is to get a snowmobile into the back of a standard pickup truck till the sun goes down.
Yeah.
But getting it onto the roof of a Nissan Altima, it's like, did they drive it up the front? Did they lift it and put it in place and everything? There's so many unanswered questions that are just like, it's like a great piece of art. The longer you look at it, the more complex it becomes and the more questions you have about what it took to get there.
I could just see somebody in flannel, like our own Andrew Rossi, as he's not only a music critic, but appreciating this fine piece of art that is a Nissan Altima and just saying, trying to get different angles on it. I'm like, oh my goodness. There's a lot of depth to this piece. How indeed does one get it up there? I don't know, but necessity, the mother of invention. Somebody had to get this rig somewhere.
Exactly. And the fact that, you think about what it would have taken you have to get it up there. Presumably they got it up there like in the field or something like that. But then you have ratchet straps going through the driver's side windows, like the front windows and the back windows.
Yeah.
And so you'd probably have to keep the windows down while you're driving with that thing on there. You can't see out the back window. There's just so many variables to consider with that. And it clearly didn't work because the vehicle was on the side of the road broken down. And then there's that wonderful picture that I think brings the whole thing together from the next day that has a truck that you would expect to be hauling a snowmobile, hauling a trailer that has the Nissan Altima strapped to it. And then the snowmobile is just kind of haphazardly tossed in the back.
Yeah, and it seems to be more than this truck can handle. He's all like the whole back end. He's, this is the most Florida thing you're going to see all day. What is the oddest thing? I've seen many photos that people share on the interwebs. It's probably why the internet was created, for cat videos and photos of crap that people will put on the hood of their car, strapped through the windows. Couches, a trip to the lumber yard. If you don't have a pickup, people, that's what a roof is for. What is the oddest thing you've seen on a roof before this?
Oh, geez, I'd have to think about that. I was thinking, there used to be this great Facebook page called I Fixed It, where they had pictures of just the most hackneyed, redneck sort of repairs of various things. And a place I used to work for, which will go nameless, they made an OSHA catalog for one of the worst things they'd ever seen. They had a ladder, like a scaffolding system, suspended using duct tape. And that was so horrendous that OSHA put it into their manual or whatever, said, here's a perfect example of what not to do.
Yeah. All right. That's right up there on the odd things people will put on the roof of their car. Let's go to weather. The winter that wasn't. Don Day has finally cried uncle. I talk to him every morning. And he can't make any sense of it. Winter has just been a no-show. You crunch the numbers. Indeed, December, January, double-digit above average. Maybe the warmest start to a Wyoming winter we've ever seen.
Well, I think the interesting thing is it's not even that, we haven't had the winter. Wyoming's winter has happened. It's just missed the mark by 200 to 300 miles. The East Coast is still getting slammed with the record-breaking low temperatures and a huge amount of snow that's crippling everything out there. And I have friends from the East who call me to complain about the weather. And I say, hey, you got the winter that we're supposed to be having out here. That's our winter. And could you please give it back? So it's not that it's like there's been a universally bad winter. The winter we're supposed to be having just missed the mark by a lot. And it's still continuing that way.
Yeah, maybe we'll loan out some snowplows. They're just sitting around rusting here in Wyoming, where other states who don't normally have to do a whole lot of sanding and plowing. I really do. You're right. It's off. It's skewed like a couple 100 miles east and just missing.
Yeah, but look on the bright side of that, Jake. YDOT is going to have a record low number of snowplow strikes this season.
True. Snowplow strikes down. They got the new blue color or green. What are they using? Green, yes, which I think will stand out more. It has not been much of an issue. And overtime, pay, YDOT's going to save money on snowplowing, I would imagine.
Yep, and that's all to say, too, that it doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet, because if you talk to Don, which you do on a regular basis, he'll tell you consistently December, January, and February are the driest months of Wyoming's year, and that's definitely held true so far this season. And what are the wettest months of the year? March, April, May, and June. So it's entirely possible that we could see a switch as we get into the latter half of February, which long-range weather models suggest is going to happen, at least temperature-wise. Whether or not those will carry moisture remains to be seen, but these are the time we're getting into the months of the year when we're expecting the most moisture in the form of wet, heavy snow and rain. And there's nothing saying that that's going to stop anytime. There's nothing saying that that won't happen. It's too far out to say whether it will, but there's nothing suggesting that it won't. So we could still get a hefty amount of moisture before we get into the really dry, hot months of summer, but the verdict's still out on that.
Yeah, I was outside most of yesterday, and every half hour I was taking off another layer. I'm calling it. Winter is over. Officially, but yeah, not done. February could have something to say. Certainly March. We'll have to see. But 60 in Sheridan today and tomorrow. That doesn't feel like February. Wow. Good weather to grow champion trees in. I loved your story about these champion trees. It's a thing.
It is. It's a very important thing to a lot of people out there. And it's interesting to keep tabs on what's growing well in Wyoming, and the fact that now we've got, a tree in Riverton that took a record by a significant margin, and a new type of juniper that's never been recorded in the state before. Because Wyoming's not really a tree state. That's the thing my parents say all the time. They don't like Wyoming because there aren't enough trees. And I took them to Yellowstone, so that's really saying something. So the fact that we can have these trees, native and non-native, that are growing so well that they're noteworthy, it's an interesting thing. And it gives people an extra thing to look out for if they're just wandering their own property or hiking and they see a tree that they think might be a new record holder. They can report it and get that done. So it's just kind of a fun thing to keep tabs on.
If you're all about trees, check out that Andrew Rossi story, January 30th. Wyoming has 2 new champion trees. Yes, it's real. The Lombardy poplar in Riverton and that Utah juniper in Fremont County, the newest state champion trees. Rossi's beat continues to expand. Dinosaurs, space, trees, weather, and what else?
And Jerry Riggs snowmobile transport, I guess. Jerry
Riggs snowmobile transport. Oh, there is one other that I wanted to get to. What the heck? That poor guy who was driving the wrong way, head-on crash in I-80 near Evanston. I heard about this. I read the Evanston community Facebook page. People were talking about this. They said the crash scene was just horrifying. This man drove a pickup into a semi. You can imagine. He was driving the wrong way on Interstate 80.
Yeah, that's all we know for sure. We couldn't get additional information on the circumstances leading up to the crash, and it's hard to piece together exactly what happened. But I think you can make an accurate assumption that they were both going at a high rate of speed, because when you look at the aftermath of that incident, and I think the most telling thing in all these accidents, when these circumstances line up, the guy in the pickup truck who passed away, he was wearing his seatbelt at the time of the crash. And if you're wearing your seatbelt and you still die as a result of that, that's saying a lot about just how intense that whole thing was. But the circumstances leading up to that, was it, some sort of, was it a suicidal thing? Was it somebody just who got confused and didn't know where they were? We don't know, and we don't have that information. It's possible we won't get answers to those questions, but I know a lot of people are interested about what exactly contributed to this, so we can understand and see if there's something that needs to be done.
Yeah, sometimes there's confusing on and off ramps. I could see how it could happen, but boy, you think you would identify it pretty quick. Paige Sekera had the video, which we've embedded in the story, the video of the aftermath, and Dwayne Derrick, 40-year-old of Logan, Utah, driving that pickup. I don't know if we'll ever know why or what caused it, but it's not a surprise. No one could survive that accident. Just horrible. Andrew, anything else you're working on? We're going to see you Friday.
I'll be around Friday.
Excellent. Here's a little
guess I'm going to be taking a snowmobile and tying in. I have a RAV4, so I'm just going to strap it to the top of that and see if I can get in any shenanigans.
RAV4 is one of the most popular vehicles in the United States. People love those RAV4s.
Good reason. They're great cars.
Why don't you strap a RAV4 to the top of your RAV4? Now, that would be craziness. That's nonsense.
We can't make the news, Jake. We can only report it. So I guess if you want to report that story, it's all yours.
I'd be glad to. Look at Rossi and the nonsense he's up to. I'm going to talk to Aaron Brown of Highway Patrol, and I'm going to ask him whether that is legal, what we saw in the Nissan Altima. I don't think so, because it obstructs your back vision, but I'll ask him what he thinks about that. Andrew, have a great day.
You too, Jake.
All right. Andrew Rossi, Cowboy State Daily Show. We're halfway through and half to go. Stick around. A lot coming up next hour. We're going to talk to Claire McFarland, Charles Nye, the scientist guy. Oh, yeah. And Jared Petrino, UW Sports. That's all coming up next hour. We got a break now for news. Our radio affiliates around the state play their news. We'll see you in 6.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. A request to dismiss an animal cruelty charge against accused wolf torturer Cody Roberts was denied on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Sweetwater County judge in the case confirmed he won't dismiss the case early.
So in Wyoming criminal cases, you have a chance to say, hey, judge, there's a purely legal issue where this law does not work for this case, or there's legal exceptions that bar this case.
Robert's trial is set for March 9th. He's charged with felony animal cruelty following claims he captured a wolf, took it injured into a bar in Daniel, Wyoming, taunted it, and then later shot it. Some Wyoming Freedom Caucus legislators are questioning using $15 million in state lodging tax money to lure the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association from Colorado to Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that some legislators are saying that Wyoming shouldn't be giving handouts to businesses that want to come here.
That doesn't necessarily mean everyone in the Freedom Caucus is against this. I did speak with Representative Bear about his position on this. He said he's not ready to outline a clear position yet. He moved it forward in the Joint Appropriations Committee. He voted for it.
The $15 million from Wyoming to help the PRCA move here from Colorado would be taken from lodging tax revenues, which are levied on hotel rooms and are earmarked for tourism development. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Delisting grizzlies could be imminent, hunting advocates say, as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service considers regulations for bear hunting. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that they say pushing the deadline for the agency's decision on bears to December could be a step toward delisting.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was given until January 31st, which was a few days ago, to come up with a decision to either revise or remove its current grizzly bear policy, listing them as a threatened species in the lower 48. They let that deadline pass, asked for, and successfully got an extension to December 8th, which is almost a year. So I talked to some folks. They probably don't think it's going to be delayed that long. Like a decision will probably be rendered sooner than that. And one person I reached out to was Congresswoman Hagman, who has long been pushing to get this out of the realm of the courts and the agencies and just take it to Congress and just have Congress delist the bears and be done with it.
A federal district court judge granted the agency's request for an extension to December 16th, but that doesn't mean FWS will wait that long to render a decision, so says Lizzie Pennock, carnivore coexistence attorney for Wild Earth Guardians. Governor Gordon says that as the University of Wyoming faces a proposed $40 million cut, it should, quote, listen to the people of Wyoming, unquote. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the governor also fielded questions about dismantling the Wyoming Business Council during a Tuesday forum in Lander.
Gordon said, we tend to work really hard on transparency, could always do better. He also said that the legislature, rather than destroying the Wyoming Business Council, should try to reform it.
Back in November, Governor Gordon proposed over $11 billion two-year statewide budget, which would include state money and federal pass-through dollars. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Wednesday, and we normally at this time talk to Claire McFarland. Claire's here to explain what she was doing over there in Lander. You typically find her in Riverton. She was hanging out with a rodent that got scared of its shadow. She was reprising her annual Lander Lil bit. Lander got scared of her shadow?
Yeah, that was so much fun. So, Lander Lil, so we do the Groundhog Day routine with a prairie dog statue that sits in front of the Lander post office called Lander Lil. That's their own tradition. They were like, why don't we have a rodent? And so they built that years ago. But let's see, Bill Sniffen, who is a mentor on our staff, lives in Lander and has always been super like, let's celebrate that we got this statue together. Let's go and talk about this every February 2nd. And so he's done those Lander Lil stories every year. And 2 years ago, Jimmy said, Claire, go do it with him. But you know, whatever, you guys do a little stand up about this statue.
Yeah.
And I had the idea to just start cracking jokes, and Bill didn't know that. And so that first Lander Lil video, Bill is like, and we did it one take. So the video captures just, what is she doing?
Yeah.
And so the second year, Jimmy was like, that was really fun, Claire, do it with Bill again. But this time I knew that Bill was on to me last year. 2025, I knew Bill was on to me. And I was like, okay, so I have to go way over the top with the jokes to get that same reaction. For example, last year, the joke was, you can tell she's not from Riverton because she didn't stab anyone today.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And I got emails like, you owe the town of Riverton an apology. And I was sorry, self, who's lived here her whole life. But so then this year, what?
Great artists such as yourself sometimes have to push the envelope. You took it as far as you could with Sniff It. And obviously, because the hate mail started pouring in.
Took it as far as I could. Also things like, you can tell she's a prairie dog and not a groundhog because prairie dog's to Copenhagen. And just...
Yeah.
The last year was really edgy. Really edgy. And so this year, Bill couldn't make it. And so everyone's on to me. So I went ahead and, Mark was in on the joke and was part of the jokes and wrote a little script up for Mark. So we did it this year. Much subtler jokes, self-deprecating on Riverton still, my beloved town. But you can tell she's not from Riverton because she can't spit very far.
Yeah, I did catch that. Always that's going to be part of the tradition as well. Never mind the shadow, scared of the shadow. It's the knock on Riverton. What is Claire going to knock Riverton on with the Lander a little bit this year? It's not the only forecasting rodent. There's, of course, Puxtatawny Phil. And I was looking at a website that had a comprehensive look at more than 50, 60 different. Every state has a version, everybody, and the tally was pretty even, like 24 to 29 on longer winter or not, and still awaiting the results of Lander Lil on this website I was looking at. And I wondered if they get it from you, whether you have to tell them Lander Lil saw her shadow.
Yeah, okay, so if we're going just with the fun North American tradition, which will outlast my corny jokes. The 3 years I've been there, it's been too cloudy for Lil to have a shadow. We're always there at sunrise and there's never a shadow. But I always joke, like literally, because she's facing kind of southeast, like her head is turned southeast toward the sunrise. And so I always make a literal joke, like she does not see her shadow because she's not facing west.
Technicality.
Maybe a little corny though, but no, it's always been gray, and she's never seen her shadow since I've been there.
And of course, in Wyoming, we're still waiting for winter to arrive, much less when it leaves. That's the big thing this year. Let's talk about Governor Gordon's going to be on Friday. He can explain this in his own words, but obviously he's talking about the $40 million cuts to UW, other cuts, the Wyoming Business Council. He wants this Appropriations Committee and perhaps the Freedom Caucus, the engine behind it, to walk back some of these cuts and listen to the people of Wyoming.
Well, he said UW on the cultural rift should be listening to the people of Wyoming. It's no secret that some people driving the proposed cuts against UW really have heartburn about some culture there.
Yeah.
And what some have called socially liberal programming. Like there was a back and forth during appropriations. Like, why do you have an ecofeminism class? What's going on here? And why is y'all still advertising gender studies when that's supposed to not be there? And so stuff like that. Oh crap! I will have to return that call. Where was I going with this? So I asked Governor directly, like, what's a responsible way to address that cultural clash between UW and, it's a huge funding source, the legislature? And he said, UW needs to listen to the legislature on that piece. I thought that was interesting because, as you point out, most of Gordon's reflection on the Appropriation Committee's proposed cuts and denials was consternation. And for recalibration, too, even though they're actually adding millions, tens of millions at least to the K-12 budget, they are shaking some things up, like some local control things. And so Gordon voiced consternation there. Very friendly crowd in Lander would have been rowdier in Riverton.
Let's talk legal stuff. I'm not a lawyer, but you are. Your eldest is a Beastie Boy attorney as well.
Yeah, official counsel for.
So what does it mean what Cody Roberts, or I assume his representation, his lawyer, tried to do? They don't want to go to trial. I think Cody Roberts is trying to say, look, I didn't do anything that anybody else in Wyoming can't do with a wolf. But the judge says, no, we got to go to trial with this.
Yeah, for pure legal questions. So not questions of guilt and circumstance and the narrative, but pure legal questions. Does this law fit this case? Do exceptions bar this case? That kind of thing. You can go to the judge and say, hey, the law the prosecutor invoked doesn't fit. Please dismiss this case. And so that's what Cody Roberts' counsel did. Very, really sincere, really well put together argument, honestly, saying we have animal cruelty statutes, but we also have these exemptions where if you're hunting, capturing, trapping, killing, destroying predators or wildlife in a way that's not otherwise foreclosed by the law, otherwise contrary to the law, I don't remember the exact wording, then you can't be charged with animal cruelty. And so Cody Roberts was like, that's me. That's me. I'm doing this thing, and the judge, so Sublette County Attorney Clayton Malinkovich, the prosecutor, he was like, no, your alleged torment happened during some other event that's not captured in those verbs. And the judge indicated his agreement with that and said, this case is still very much alive. Let's go to trial.
In a case where I think a lot of armchair jurists would love to try on pure emotion, that was a very lucid argument on Robert's behalf. Who is his attorney, by the way?
Robert Piper of Coal Creek Law.
Yeah.
So the other thing he said, he accused the prosecutor of deploying circular reasoning, saying it's not contrary to law if the law you're citing as contrary to his actions is the law that is winnowed by these exceptions. So it was fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I could see, for a moment, the robe judge saying, you've got a good point. Wait a minute. No, we're going to trial. Maybe it had him hypnotized for a moment. I don't know. Another court case, we're probably going to be following this for probably more than a calendar year. We'll see. BLM officer, family member says the bar fight in Lander. It's most the Riverton thing to happen in Lander. The bar fight that resulted in a death. They've pleaded not guilty. We can expect that. Yes.
Really interesting. Yeah, I am not in the minds of these lawyers. I had theories and thoughts about which directions they could go. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say. Okay, so with Deke Dollard in particular, he's charged with second-degree murder. One of his, I guess, if the prosecutor can't prove that, then the jury could go with voluntary manslaughter. There's an alternative there, but alternatives are interesting. Anyway, elements of second-degree murder is purposefully and maliciously, but without premeditation, killed this guy in this county. Those are the elements, roughly. And so if the defense attorney can find a way to say, oh, this was not purposefully, or this was not maliciously.
Yeah.
If he can knock out any one of those elements like a bowling pin, then that charge can't stick.
Purposefully may come down to how long he put a chokeout hold allegedly on the victim. We got cameras though. Yes.
Yeah, I've been told no one's despite my best efforts, people aren't giving me the video. And the comments every time on my story, they're like, allegedly, there's a video. I'm like, well, give me here. Come on, right here at the bottom of every story. I want to see. So it's funny. It's funny. People who sometimes people well, not on this story. I'm not calling anyone out on this story, but on past stories, sometimes people will duck an interview and then complain in the comments that the story doesn't have enough content. And I'm like, I'm only a conduit, sugar. I'm not God here. I can't divine the things that are in your head that you're refusing to tell me.
Right. Pick up a phone, answer an email. I get it. I don't know to what degree the maligned business council lately is involved in this. I understand they're in the story, but maybe not directly, maybe very, very indirectly. But state Supreme Court revised gunmakers' $14 million lawsuit over a business council project. This is Gunworks, a new building that they say isn't good enough or is like they didn't like the new building. It's going to take twice what it cost to put up to make it Gunworks ready, and business council is involved with a grant or a loan, and right now it's just bad optics for business council. But what is this about?
Yeah, really a lot of moving pieces. Really interesting. And the Justice Bridget Hill, the new justice that jumped over from the AG side, her opinions so far have been logical and interesting and methodical, at least. I'm not saying I agree or not, but so far I have found her to be methodical. And
that's how you think. You probably appreciate that.
I do think that life ought to fall into logical workings because, but anyway, where am I going? Okay. Gunworks became wildly successful after starting in a garage and wanted a $6 million building and said, hey, this is also economic development for the town of Cody. Let's get business council money for this. Yeehaw. But through the Business Ready Communities program, which is structured to help communities, the business couldn't get the money directly. And so they got Forward Cody, which is an economic development outfit corresponding to the town of Cody, to get the money. It's half loan, half grant. So $3 million of each, $6 million total. And then how it works is Forward Cody is going to own the building for a while, and Gunworks is going to lease it, and a portion of that lease money goes to Forward Cody for more economic development for the town, and a portion goes back as recapture to the Wyoming Business Council. So it's supposed to be this gentle flow that blooms money into this town and also backs up a business, right? That's the flow. But in this case, it seems to have fallen apart. Gunworks is alleging like, y'all did not work closely enough with us on what kind of building we wanted and how we were going to do it. And it's crap, allegedly. And, the Forward Cody is like, yeah, but the contract is between us and the construction company and the architect, not with you and them. And so this is our deal now. This is our baby now, since we're the pilot entity and we're the money manager here. And the two private companies, the architect, the construction worker, are like, we don't have a contract with Gunworks. What is going on? So the outfit, the business that's alleging the crappy job, does not have a direct contract with the people it alleges did a crappy job for it. See? And so in the comments, people are like, this is why. But the way Justice Hill put it is she drew on, case law, prior law that says, look, if there's an implied duty between folks, they don't necessarily have to have their names on the contract. And everyone kind of knew that this was for Gunworks. So this case gets to stay alive.
Yeah. Well, it's complex. It's messy. And my recap of it was going to include something like, Gunworks said the building you made us was crap, but I thought you would yell at me. And then you went ahead and did it yourself. So, all right.
I did. You can't remove the hillbilly.
Yeah.
You can put the girl in the newsroom, but she's not going to shed any of this.
We're going to call it like
in your area trailer house-ism. She's not.
You haven't had a snow machine attached to the top of your car lately, have you?
I have not.
Okay.
that one.
Hey, one last thing on a serious note. I don't know what you want to make comment of it on, but I want to make comment on. It's just tragic, and there's no good resolution, no good ending to this. The trucker who killed one EMT, injured another, gets 12 years in prison, 12 to 14. The Haitian trucker. All along, I thought, this guy, I don't know what his intent, but it seemed like it went hard to me. Oh,
boy. It's just a reminder that every moment is significant, right? A momentary lapse in judgment or distraction or whatever the case may be, it has consequences. What did Rudyard Kipling call it? The unforgiving minute.
When you're piloting a 18-wheeler on ice, you're driving a missile.
Back to the studio.
Yeah.
Cowboy State Daily Morning
I hear
Show
you.
with Jake continues.
Thank you.
Okay, Claire, have a good Wednesday.
You too. Bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Charles Nye, the scientist guy, up next.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
We're back from break. This is Charles Nye, the science guy. Senior research professional, project manager specializing in geochemistry. He works at the School of Energy Resources at the University of Wyoming. Super smart guy. Charles, you're going to have to allow me and many of our listeners to play catch up as fast as we can and keep it real simple. But let's talk about a unique energy project in Wamsutter. The story from David Madison. If people want to get background, get on the interwebs, read the story. Your eyes will glaze over maybe, but Charles is going to simplify it. Let's start with this, Charles. Before we get into why the university has relationships like this, before we get into what you call the Valley of Death, yes, we're going to talk about that. It's not that region in Yellowstone where animals go to die. It's something totally different. But I want to talk about what energy producers, oil, gas, drillers, fracking, what they have plenty of that they can't get rid of, and it's expensive to get rid of it, produced water and off gas. And my goodness, if you could monetize that, make it useful, gold mine. And what's happening in Wamsutter? Who is the company and what have they thought up?
Yeah, so you're completely right. This is a big challenge, and our project managers that we work with said it's a game changer technology. But the problem we're solving is produced water, which is distinct from flowback water as a result of a fracking operation. Produced water is water that naturally occurs underground, blended with oil and gas. And it's been there as long as the oil and gas has. And it's really, really salty. It's too salty to drink, and it's got some of that oil and a little bit of that gas blended in with it. And this makes a mixture that's really complicated to purify. The technology that I'm here to talk to you about, Jake, is a technology that can purify it. Traditionally, our methods of purifying this water won't work, but our technology probably will. And we're building a device to test it in the Wamsutter area where there's a lot of this.
Charles, I'm glad you explained produced water, because sometimes defined as it's like when you think about hard water, soft water, this is the hardest water ever. It's like mineral rich, salty as can be. It has no useful value. And what frackers do, what drillers do, is shove it back down into the ground where it came from. They can't use it. Sometimes you'll hear produced water also have the byproducts of fracking fluids or whatever, but let's just say it's not water that you're going to sit down and put in your Stanley. So if we could use this water, my goodness, if we could combine the water with, explain now what off gas is. Anytime we've driven at night by the patch, we may see burning off gas.
Yeah, so in Wyoming, we're fortunate to have a lot of very sophisticated oil and gas companies. And they know that every ounce of gas that they don't capture and put into a pipeline and sell to a customer, that's lost profit. And they have common cause with environmental types to capture that lost gas and to put it to good use. There are a lot of places where that gas can go to waste. While you're drilling the well, it's sort of unavoidable. You don't have the infrastructure in there yet. You can also lose some of it through leaks in your infrastructure pipeline. We've had an agenda in Wyoming for a while now to find and fix those leaks, and we're better than any other state in the union at not leaking the methane that we worked so hard to produce as it travels to market. The place I'm working with is in a gas processing plant. So in Echo Springs, there's a gas processing plant. There are other gas processing plants, 3 of them in the Powder River Basin, more in the Wind River Basin, the Green River Basin. And these gas processing plants are basically an oil refinery, but for natural gas. And so they take a complicated mixture, because the natural world is messy. They take a complicated mixture of combustible gases from the subsurface, and they separate it out in some really clever ways. And the throwaway portion of what they separate out that they can't sell to consumers could be put to use in the device that I'm here to talk to you about, Jake.
Game changer. So before we get to what exactly Kyle Summerfield showed you, this idea, and I want to get to like that moment some light bulbs may have come on, let's circle back and explain why a relationship. I'm assuming these are private energy people, and they partner with UW. You have a whole division set up to partner with the private sector because some of the tech advancements are too big to happen in a laboratory on campus at Laramie. Some are too small for a tech company to even think about. It is this so-called valley of death. It's why this partnership exists, and it's pretty neat.
Well said, Jake. Yeah, exactly. We work in this valley of death where it's too small for industry, too big for the laboratory. And what we do at the School of Energy Resources is we partner with industry, with federal stakeholders like the Department of Energy and state stakeholders like the Wyoming Energy Authority and others. And a lot of local companies also pitch in. We've got local support from a small construction company, not that small really, but over in Cheyenne, Engineering, Procurement, and Construction, EP&C. We've also been receiving generous support from the Williams companies, which is a midstream oil and gas company. All of these guys pitched together, put in resources, real cash dollars, information, space, know-how, data to make this project. And as a result of all of them coming together, we're able to do this project and use a waste product, maybe two, to make a valuable output for the state of Wyoming. This is because University of Wyoming is not only a land-grant institution serving the people of Wyoming, but we are also, because we're the only four-year institution in the state, we're the flagship as well. So we're supposed to not only be, the common man's resource, but also an MIT for Wyoming. It's a tall order. So these sorts of projects is how we do it. We jump into the middle of the Valley of Death. We do cutting-edge research and do something that serves the state, but is also cutting edge.
It's the most brown and gold thing ever. So we're going to take...
I'm a patriot.
We're going to take... we're red, white, and blue for America, but we're brown and gold in Wyoming, man. And we are leading the way. Hydrogen. We're going to make hydrogen fuel out of a waste product, maybe two. What could that be used for? Not only that, from what I understand or don't understand, Charles, is we could make hydrogen fuel, which kind of burns like propane. You can grill your burgers with this stuff. Or in years where we need more water, we could actually turn the dial and get more water out of it. If this all works.
Absolutely. So the broader interest in this technology is for the fuel output, the hydrogen, which is a reagent. Yes, you can directly use the hydrogen in your gas grill and things like that. Dumb burners, if it's a complicated, delicate burner, you have to make some modifications to it to be safe to burn hydrogen. But by and large, our standard uses, it just drops right in. There's general interest in that hydrogen because it's valuable as a reagent for making synthetic fuels. If you're trying to make really high quality jet fuel, our M1 Abrams tanks run off of this stuff as well. That really high quality fuel is basically a chemistry challenge. It's not always just a refinement of the naturally occurring oil. It sometimes is synthetically produced in laboratory conditions. We also are able to make synthetic methane, which is an absolute drop-in replacement, 100% for naturally occurring methane. We can make fertilizer to help out with our sugar beet production in Wyoming. It's a very important part of the state. Other things we build in the state and grow in agriculture. And finally, blasting explosives, which, probably most of us in Wyoming, because we're savvy, we know that fertilizer is, in some ways, just another name for an explosive.
Yeah.
But we use these blasting explosives in coal production, coal mining. So it serves the state interest.
So David Madison begins his story with Kyle coming to you with a 3D model he has made. Now, did this help you visualize it? Was this a surprise when Kyle said, I got to show you something? We have an idea. Were you already thinking on this idea? Was it in both your minds, or did it come out of left field? Like, how did it happen?
No, it was sort of expected, but it's always got a bit of magic to it.
Yeah.
And if you'd like, I could, for your web viewers, play the full video that Kyle recorded on your show. Is that appropriate?
Oh, yeah. How long is it?
It's a whopping 1 minute less.
Okay, that'd be fun. Let's do that.
Okay, I'll just screen share here. And get it going. This is Kyle and all taking a drone footage of the device we built.
Yes.
And this is the steam methane reformer that couples onto our water desalination device and allows us to combine these waste products to produce hydrogen. Kyle went out into the field where this is built in Cheyenne right now and took this 360-degree drone footage to help us promote the project. The project itself is sort of the brainchild of our collaboration with the Williams companies in the Wamsutter area. And eventually, this device, which you can see is designed to be portable, could be moved there and tested. And it doesn't just have to be tested there in Wamsutter. We could move it with a little bit of difficulty to other locations in Wyoming. So as each oil and gas field goes through its life cycle of growing and then declining in returns, or maybe being revitalized with additional recovery techniques, we can move to that basin that is the hot button basin of the day and remove their waste products there.
Charles, this device is an improvement to Wamsutter. I think it's a perfect place for. I've been to Wamsutter, man. It's half ghost town. It looks really cool, but it's not looks we're talking about. It's how this thing works, how it operates, and the high techiness. Now, one last thing while I have you. University of Wyoming, what you're doing on your end is like, this is just think tanking, brainstorming. You're just trying to do the science of stuff. On the other end, these companies that come to you, they have to also be thinking about market pressures. So all of a sudden they're hot on one idea, and then maybe a couple years later, depending on who's in office in DC, they're not hot on one idea. That's kind of the nature of it. But is it navigable?
Yep, absolutely navigable. It takes a bit of flexibility, but it's totally a solvable problem. The market always is going to change. The market will always evolve, and we've got to stay flexible in Wyoming as a state. And these companies know, if anyone, even better than we do, that flexibility is key. By having hydrogen as a reagent, it improves your flexibility. If one day methanol is the thing you want to make, we can synthesize methanol from hydrogen. If the next day it's methane, we can do that. If it's direct use of hydrogen, we can do that too. And this device is unique because if you're willing to take a little bit less hydrogen on the output side, you can also get clean water out. So in a dry year, the people of Wyoming will have enough water to drink and use in their fields.
Come on, this is win-win-win. You're talking about a byproduct of mining operations that companies are like, what do we do with this? It's unusable. It's borderline toxic. Let's shove it back in the ground. No, let's repurpose a reagent hydrogen out of... Oh, man. Make it happen, Charles.
We'll give it our best shot, Jake. Thank you.
Dang. Thanks so much. I appreciate you being on today.
Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily, that is super scientist Charles Nye, senior research professional, project manager. He works at UW at the School of Energy Resources. And this David Madison story is revolutionary. It is high tech. It is game changer stuff. Jared Petrino will be on next. We'll go right back to Laramie, where in addition to doing energy and geochemistry and all that, they do a little sports as well. We'll do that next on the campus in Laramie with Jared Petrino.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's get Jared Petrino in the room. Jared, not every superhero from the University of Wyoming wears a football helmet. Some of them wear a lab coat. We just had Charles Nye on talking about geochemistry.
Yeah, I listened to that a little bit. That was pretty interesting stuff. That was good stuff there.
Now I gave myself a headache. We got to go back to basketball, football, and sports. That was a lot to chew on, a lot to think about. The Cowboys, last night, San Diego State, we just couldn't make shots, man. 32% from the field, that's not going to get it done.
No, definitely. That was a game we definitely had to knock down some shots. And unfortunately, I think the first half, especially the end of the first half, that was the end of the first half and the start of the second was a big drought there that kind of, but I got to be honest with you, I was proud of the way they fought. It was a lot better fight than they showed in Logan, Utah when they played Utah State last week. And so, they battled, they cut it to 7 at one point after being down 16. And, they showed some fight and there's some good things. Hopefully we get some guys back. I know we keep saying that, but hopefully some guys get healthy here down the stretch. And when you go down to Viejas down at San Diego State, it's never an easy place to win. So
Cowboys come up short 72-63, losing to the Aztecs, San Diego State. That was last night. You can talk a lot about basketball doing things right. Like, we played that good 2-3 zone. We manned up. Our half-court offense had movement. We were great on fast breaks. But it all comes down to making shots, man. They got to go in the bucket. Or that's how they count it anyway. Cowboys fall to 13-10 overall, 4-8 in conference. The girls, let me ask you if you sense this is right. You're in and around the campus. You got your ear to the ground, which is a good way to get your ear dirty, Jared, by the way. Careful. But senior guard Malene Peterson leads the Mountain West in scoring. She's on the Cowgirls basketball team. We're talking about celebrating National Girls and Women's Sports Day at the AA. That's today, Wednesday. Wyoming's basketball. We're going to play New Mexico at the Arena Aud. And it's celebrating all things girls and women in sports. And a quote from Malene was, she said, we, meaning University of Wyoming, Cowgirls, we have the best fan base compared to other teams in our conference on the women's side of things. Do you get that sense? What is the attendance for Cowgirl games, volleyball? Like, do we cherish our girls playing basketball, playing sports at UW, maybe more than anybody in the conference?
Yeah, I would definitely echo that statement. I mean, there's definitely some good venues across the conference, but ever since that Coach Legursky getting the crowd going and having the girls sign posters after games and getting that crowd attention and interaction between kids, and it's been awesome. In that WNIT run in 2007, it's kind of been a shot in the arm for women's athletics down there, and I want to say they're towards the top of the Mountain West in attendance every year. On the girls basketball side, they're getting 3,000 plus fans. That's pretty impressive for women's basketball. You're definitely not seeing that anywhere else. Maybe New Mexico, maybe some of these other places, but it is a huge home court advantage for them. And when they put a good product on the court, it's definitely easy for teams to fall in love. And I think a big part of it is there's still people from that 2007 run that still have those memories, and they still want to go support. And it's been fun to watch and see that program, blossom, starting with Coach Legursky and then continue on. It's been an impressive thing. And playing in the Wyo Sports Complex for volleyball, it gets loud in there. It is awesome. I mean, It's so intimate. Fans are right on top of you. I know the volleyball coach loves it when the band's there, because then you get that, I don't want to say high school, but you get that band right on top of you. It does get that feeling, and it's pretty awesome. So
it's a different, that brings the energy in a really Friday night high schooly way. You're right. Just me saying, not Jared, but for me, the fairer sex playing sports 10 years ago, I was like, isn't that cute? Now I watch women play golf, hockey, basketball, and I'm like, whoa. If you're slowly building women in sports programs like UW, you're doing math with addition signs. Caitlin Clark, I think, put the multiplication sign in the math equation. I mean, what she did cannot be overstated at Iowa and now at the WNBA. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the biggest part about it is that happened at Iowa. That doesn't, I mean, not that I was a Big Ten school, and I get that, but you look at a program that's not the UConn, it's not the South Carolina, the Tennessee. She did it at Iowa, and the amount of people that she brought in, and the amount of young girls that look up to her, and it's kind of like the same effect that Steph Curry had. He came from a small school and got into the NBA. And I know my son's 10 years old. His first favorite NBA player was Steph Curry. And because he saw him shoot logo threes, right? So that was exciting for him to watch. And now you look at all these girls, and it's fun to watch and see these girls come up in the game. And, I'm in the gyms every weekend watching travel basketball with my kids. And so I watch a lot of girls basketball games and support the local teams. And it's impressive to watch in the development that's being done with youth sports and on the women's side specifically.
Hey, what do you make of, what do you know of? I see this announcement, the Mountain West Conference announcing new media rights package. What is it going to look like? It's going to feature CBS Sports, Fox Sports, CW Network, but it's a new, I guess these agreements, you're going to see them every few years. What is this new one? Have you digested it at all? What do we take away from this?
Yeah, everything's got an expiration date. So the old contract was up, and so they signed a new deal. And really, it's not going to look too much different, other than the fact that you're just going to be on a different channel. I mean, we still have the games on CBS. But the new one will be Fox Sports, which has not been too well. FS1 shows a lot of the games too. I guess I would say that in the past, but now instead of the Altitude, now it's the CW, which I think is part of Altitude, but it's not going to look much different for us. I think it's a bigger deal for those new teams coming into the league.
Yeah, just inking a new contract for media, Mountain West.
The nice part is it's made it more unity to it, and the fact that now Hawaii won't be on this separate deal where you got to download an app to watch the game. They'll be all a part of it, and all these other schools will be a part of it. So it'll be more across the league as opposed to kind of one school does it this way, one school does it this way. It's going to be more across the conference. Everyone's going to have the same thing. So,
and now that Hawaii has become more than a vacation for football, man, that is a team.
Right. For sure. Absolutely. So they're going to have, they got a lot of guys coming back. So,
all right. What else is going on campus? Anything sports wise?
Not too much. We got signing day today, really, but that's more of a bigger deal now for the smaller schools, but don't be surprised to see a couple names come through today. The guys that didn't sign in December, will sign today officially. So if there's any late high school guys, they'll sign today, which they did get a couple guys in January. So we'll see those now with social media and 7220 Sports and Cody Tucker. You kind of get all that information right away. Now it used to be a big surprise. You didn't know who we were signing, but now you can't know. So it's not as exciting as it used to be, but that's a big thing going on today for UW, and then all the smaller schools, the Division II schools in the area, for kids in Wyoming that are signing at the Chadron States, the Black Hill States. So that's kind of some big news for those kids in the state of Wyoming. So
can't wait to see what Polk football looks like next year. Coach Salvel can't state enough about the influence of different coaches. I mean, look what's going on with the Buffalo Bills. The Brady was a surprise, but not a surprise where they picked from within. I kind of thought that happening. You need to fit the Buffalo Bill culture if you're going to be a Buffalo Bills coach, and they're revamping the whole coaching staff. Coaches bring players, certainly at the college level, and I can't wait to see what the new OC does and how that offense looks with just a little different tweak.
Yeah, and you can already see a difference. I've heard from multiple people that the new guys that have came into the program, they're already setting up extra workouts with the receivers, quarterbacks. They're already doing stuff that's not just part of the program. They're doing more and more and setting up things. And it's nice for the new quarterback. He's got an idea of the offense because he came from William and Mary, and so he'll be able to teach the guys just as much as the coaches, because the coaches right now have limited hours with the guys, but at the same time, when you got your players doing it, that's unlimited. So those are some early signs. I know it's just January, but you got to sustain that work ethic. But I'm hearing good reports about what's going on down there. So
I love seeing interceptions, sacks, fumble recoveries at the War, but I wouldn't mind seeing a few more end zone spikes, man, or whatever. Yeah, let's score a little bit.
Absolutely. Get a 2-possession lead and protect that defense.
Yes. Thanks, Jared.
All right, thank you. Jake.
Jared Petrino, Cowboy State Daily, pops on Wednesdays. We talk all things sports. Can't wait for the next football season. Talking a little basketball. Girls play tonight. We're going to celebrate all that is women and girls sports. Celebrating National Girls and Women's Sports Day at the AA today, as New Mexico stepping into the hornet's nest that is the Arena Aud. And I think our girls will have something for them. I love it. The whole scene is young, like school-age kids looking up to their idols that are Malene Pedersen. Leads the Mountain West in scoring on a cowgirl team that isn't the best we've had. Boy, we had a good one last year. We graduated a bunch, but this is a pretty good basketball team. And let's get a W tonight. But the real winner today in cowgirl basketball is the next generation, inspired by these ladies that put on the uniform and represent University of Wyoming Cowgirls. Who knows what 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old getting an autograph today will be putting on the uniform tomorrow and representing our college, our university. You never know. Let's do a little bit of this day in history to finish off the top of the hour. This day is, of course, February 4, Here are the things that happened on this day in history. Former Territorial Governor Campbell resigned as American consul in Basel, Switzerland. He was doing that gig for a little bit. 1880. It still astounds me we could even travel to Switzerland. In 1880, how long did it take to get from Wyoming to Switzerland? When Governor Campbell, when we said, hey, you got this new gig as consul in Switzerland, you're supposed to report to work in a week. Like, how long did it take to get to Switzerland? That was a long boat ride. 1889, guy named Harry Lonnebaugh, we know him better as Sundance Kid, was pardoned by Wyoming Territorial Governor Moonlight. Lonnebaugh was serving time in the Crook County Jail, having stolen a horse, a saddle, and a firearm. That's not the worst that Sundance Kid would be accused of. His wife, by the way, is a more fascinating historical person than even Harry. The first woman to own property in Bolivia, I think, is where they went down in South America. She's a fascinating story. 1899, Wyoming Battalion attached to the 2nd Brigade, 1st Division, reported for service in the Philippines, a part of the Philippines Uprising, 1899. This day, 1903, William Van Devanter, at that time teaching at George Washington Law School, was nominated by Theodore Roosevelt to the position of Justice of the 8th Court of Appeals. Construction began on the Pathfinder Dam on this day, 1905. Fire destroyed the Washakie Hotel in Thermopolis this day in 1932. And in 1955, on this day, the Bear River Compact between Wyoming and Utah was approved. All these things happen on February 4th. This day in history. That's going to do it for this hour. We got an hour left. Ryan Hudson going to be here. Hud going to teach us how to catch burbot and then boil them and eat them. All things fish. Ryan Hudson will be here next hour, and we got a lot more to do, so stay with us. Cowboy State Daily. Got a break for news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. A 62-year-old Evanston man faces felony charges after posting a video online threatening to shoot and kill his neighbors over a property dispute. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Robert W. Vaudry, wearing a cowboy hat, leans into the camera and threatens to shoot a neighbor in the head.
The Uinta County Sheriff's Office was notified about this video by the FBI, apparently, according to the affidavit. And so they went out to the house and phoned this guy, and he came out and they arrested him.
Vaudry had his initial appearance in court on Tuesday and faces 2 counts of intimidating a witness, both felonies, and 2 counts of violation of a stalking order of protection. A BLM law enforcement officer and 2 members of his family pleaded not guilty to murder and manslaughter charges on Tuesday in a shared arraignment hearing in Fremont County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the judge has set a tentative trial date.
The judge set a very tentative trial date of May 4th, but it's sounding like these defense attorneys are going to ask for more firm trial settings, individual trials, and really get kind of each their own week rather than this, we're all waiting our turn on this same tentative scheduled day.
BLM officer Richard Deke Dollard, Jesse Dollard, and Justin Dollard are accused of killing a man in a Lander bar brawl last month. About 20 people attended the hearing, not including attorneys, court security, and media. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. Also, make sure your child seats are properly installed. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson's Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health, and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just $250 a month, no copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now. And your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonshealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The body of a Cody man was found and recovered Tuesday in Beck Lake. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the 50-year-old Cody man had been missing for more than a week.
It's believed he left on Friday, January 23rd in the evening or early morning Saturday on foot. How he got there is not known, nor how he died is also not known. The police are not releasing any details other than to say that it is under investigation.
It's believed that Kelsey left his home on Central Avenue in Cody on foot at some point late Friday evening on January 23rd or as early as Saturday morning as temperatures plunged below zero. Wyoming drivers gawked at a snowmobile strapped to a broken-down Nissan Altima on Highway 26 near Casper over the weekend. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that one passing motorist posted on social media calling the jerry-rigged setup about as backwoods redneck as you can get.
It didn't seem to work out for this particular person. From what we're able to put together, it seems like the Nissan broke down somewhere between Casper and Shoshone, which is where many people saw and photographed it because it's not the sort of thing you see every day. And then the next day, someone else happened to see the same scene, except the Nissan was strapped to a trailer being pulled by a truck, and the snowmobile had been tossed into the bed of said truck. Now, presumably that was a phone a friend situation. So it's possible that it's legal to strap a snowmobile to the top of a Nissan and transport it that way. It doesn't seem to have worked out for this particular person.
Now, the biggest shock to everyone on social media was the Natrona County license plate. People couldn't believe this situation wasn't a tourist. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16. Divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed.
It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
And we're back from news, Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Ryhut's with us. We're going to talk fishing. You get a line, I'll get a pole. Well, down to the fishing hole. Or I think Ryan's theme song would be the 2015 Luke Bryan song. What does that sound like? Fishing, hunting, loving every day. Remember that song?
I do. I need to write a song about some office space now because our offices lack windows in the boats. So good problem to have.
Well, you don't want to be in an office. Anyway, your office is the Seed Ski Dee Wildlife Refuge, which Ryan knows like the back of his hand, I would imagine.
Yeah, it changes up every year, but I know how to get to the takeout, that's for sure.
Ryan Hudson, owner-operator of the Wyoming Fishing Company, fishing and bird hunting operation, operates with local guides. His guides and he get 5-star review ratings all the time. If you want to be put on the biggest fish, best fish, you want to have the greatest experience of your life, go with these guys. He's the guide guy, Rye Hud, hunting, fishing, and brapping on the upper green. You've done what you do. You've wetted a fly all around the world. Tell me about your travels, what got you finally to Daniel, and what a great place to settle because you got elbow room. There's no people good. But yeah, you've been everywhere.
Yeah, my fishing career started pretty young. I'm from Missouri and graduated high school on a Saturday, and Monday I was here in Wyoming, and that was in 2004. Started tying flies commercially when I was about 13. My parents walked into a room and they saw me with our family tortoise cat in a headlock, and I mistook the hair on her face for the hair that you use off of the famous hare's ear nymph. Now that I'm a parent, I get a pretty good laugh out of that because they still joke about it quite a bit. But since then, I've moved out to Wyoming and got residency after living here for a few years or a year. And I was on that 8-year bachelor program at UW. That's what happens when you can ski and hunt. And, anytime I could get out of class and go guide a day of fishing up in Alcova or over in Saratoga, I would. And finally graduated and started my thing over here. And since then, I did a couple of stints over in Asia, which was a lot of fun. Which coincidentally, I never forget seeing burbot over there, some sort of eel pout looking thing, and I found out they were in the rivers. But came back here, and now I'm lucky to employ a great team of guides, and now we're expanding quite a bit. And that's my next endeavor is bleeding into Alaska, which I'm heading out here in about 2 months to start that.
They got a little bit of wildlife, a little bit of fishing game for sure. I do want to talk about that burbot because I'm a Bass Pro guy. I don't know burbot from bourbon, but I know which I prefer. Burbot, the freshwater cod, eely looking thing. Seriously, what is this fish? It's classified like in its own species or something. It's really weird. Before we even talk about how to catch it and cook it, what is it? And does it belong here in Wyoming, in the Flaming Gorge, for instance?
Well, the Flaming Gorge, they do not. They were discovered in the late 90s, early 2000s by the Game and Fish. And the belief was somebody brought them over from the Bighorn drainage, which to my knowledge, they're native to that area. And then, that side of the Continental Divide, all the way north through Canada and up into Alaska, they are native and they are not hated like they are hated over here. Case in point, on this side of the state, if you catch a burbot, you got to kill it. Doesn't matter if you're going to eat it, got to kill it, got to kill everyone you catch. Go to just over the hill to, Riverton and fish in Boysen or anywhere else. And, there's limits on them and kind of a whole different ball game. The Game and Fish believes that the burbot, being a predatory fish, preys on, juvenile trout and whatnot. But, they've been here for, the better half of 25 years or so, probably more. We still have great trout fishing. Quite honestly, if we had better water, I venture to say that, we're proofs in the pudding right now. Our fish counts are fine. Just a couple of years ago, the Game and Fish came out and said that up here in Daniel, that we got the highest fish counts ever, which was interesting. So it seems that the species have learned to coincide and live together. I live here in Daniel. We fish a bunch in Fontenelle, clear down to I-80, all on the green. And I haven't caught one here. I saw a dead one here in Daniel this summer, which made me start going out at night and jigging some of these bigger holes. Haven't caught any up here, but down through Big Piney and LaBarge, seen a fair amount of them. And then, of course, into Fontenelle. And Fontenelle just seems to be, just you can get into them just about any time of the year. They're typically nocturnal fish. Coming up this spring, they begin their spawn, and you can often get them in the daylight. Some of them spawn up in the river. It sounds like some of them spawn in the lake. Pretty interesting fish. Super gross looking. Looking at them, you certainly wouldn't think you'd want to eat them, but you do, and you realize that they don't taste anything like trout. And, over here, we don't have much flaky white meat fish. Matter of fact, we don't have really any compared to, over east side of Wyoming. Walleye, for instance, we don't have. Perch, none of that. So trout tastes great, but an invasive burbot that, you have nice flaky white meat is really tough to beat, in my opinion.
Well, let's talk about eating them in a minute. But first, the burbot, first, fontanelle. I have never been able to fish fontanelle very well. Am I doing it wrong?
Hard to eat. Probably. Fontanelle is probably one of the easier lakes that we fish, more so just for the trout. It doesn't have a lot of lakers in it. It definitely does, but it's more of just a general trout fishery as well as a kokanee fishery. And, the trout they got rainbows, browns, both species of cutthroat in there. And they typically fish pretty good. They're always willing to eat. And they're a good sized fish. Definitely eaten a lot of them. The fish, we get trout down there in Fontanelle that come clear up the river up here and even past us into the forest. And then they turn around and go back down. And the thought is that the burbot are kind of snaking their way on up through there. What was it? 5 or 6, 7 years ago, they killed the Big Sandy River as well as Big Sandy Reservoir because of burbot and white sucker. White sucker. I think it was a white sucker. That's another kind of invasive that they don't like. I believe it's invasive over here. Same reason they killed Dollar Lake a few years ago was it's called because of the white sucker. Over here they kind of recognize the native trout status, and anything that's a threat to it, they tend to, side on the trout. East side of Wyoming, trout really weren't native over there, where you see a lot of the burbot. So it's kind of a different perspective, it seems, for the state. But either way, our fisheries haven't collapsed over here, and we fish the river year round. I was on it. Yesterday was the second day this week I was on it, and I'm going to be on it tomorrow, the next day, and Saturday. And, it's fishing. We have hard days, but, the trout are there, the burbot are there. They seem to coincide or coexist for now. Just a lot like walleye and trout. You read about the Missouri River in Montana, most trout and, of all tailwaters around, and they've got great walleye fishing. Same thing with the Platte River. I used to guide there in college. On my lunch breaks when I wasn't working on some days on the river, I'd go below the dam and try and jig me up a walleye and make a nice walleye sandwich. You hate to have invasives in our waterways, especially here in Wyoming, because we're pretty lucky here. We're kind of the last stronghold in the American West in terms of low population of people and anglers, as well as snowpack. We do have a very special thing with our trout here. But luckily, as of right now, the two species seem to be living together.
We're talking to Ryan Hudson. He's the guy behind Wyoming Fishing Company. Hud is, the white sucker. I hate those things. I hate catching them. They're so lazy. But the burbot, I hear, besides being an aggressive eater, and that's why I think Game and Fish is kind of down on them, are they fun to catch? Are they a fighter?
Yeah, actually, it's a big, long, snaky thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of a wild experience catching them. Your first time pulling one up through the ice, or whether you pull one up into the boat, it's wild. We're not used to seeing them here. And, you start to look at them, and they got these crazy little spots in their skin, and super slimy. But in terms of catching, I'm from Missouri. I grew up fishing jigs. I love jigging. So for me, whether it's out of my lake boat or just through the ice, it's a ton of fun, and I'm real motivated because I've eaten a lot of elk in my college days. I love elk. Love cow, but flaky white meat is tough to beat. And, typically, they can be pretty darn easy to catch, just a matter of if they're eaten or not. Oftentimes they're nocturnal feeders for the most part. That's when I've done the best. That's probably the biggest hurdle, is staying out there all night until, you you hit the bite or you've been in the spot that's got the bite, right now it's kind of getting tricky fishing them because, just the other night, one of my guides fell through the ice, like 1 a.m. While chasing these things in a place that we've never fallen through. So right now, it can get a little tricky. You certainly want to consider safety a bit more this year, as you do every other year. But, there's a couple times this last summer I was trolling around on Fontenelle, and we got to the boat ramp, and I just put the spot lock motor on a couple of spots I ice fish, and just for the sake of doing it under daylight, you can often just catch a burbot right then and there. So it's a pretty cool, fun thing to fish. It's a different way to fish. And we've actually, watching them on the sonar through the ice, you could get those fish to swim up oftentimes. So they're very aggressive fish, and fun, and like I say, It's a trip. But you get them frozen and you got to cut them up, and the slime it's gross. It really is.
Yeah.
But you eat them, fry them up like crappie or walleye or halibut or cod, and you will want more. I guarantee it.
Huh. So how do you prepare them, Emma? We heard Sheriff Alex Bakken. He says boil them in Sprite, like, the soda. Boil them up, and they really do. That flaky white meat gives you the poor man's lobster. Are they good eating?
Yeah. I last year when I come back from Alaska, I brought a bunch of rockfish and halibut back, and on a Monday we prepared some rockfish, and Wednesday we had burbot, and it's not really, in my opinion, not much different. The Sprite, boiling them in Sprite is great. I've always just breaded them up, deep fried them just like I did catfish or crappie back growing up. And it's really tough to beat. You get full on them for the dinner, and then next thing you know, you got a bunch of fillets that are breaded up and ready for a fish sandwich the next day, which, you throw on some bread, a little bit of tartar sauce, whether it's warmed up or I even eat them cold. I think it's tremendous. Can't say enough about how much I really enjoy eating those fish. And like I said, half of the fun is just knowing, once you get into them, you can have some pretty active nights, a lot like when you're fishing walleye in the night when they really turn on, or crappie. When you're in a group of them, they all come out of the woodwork, and next thing you know, everybody's tagging them, and then it stops, and then it picks back up again. So it really becomes an interesting experience. We're fishing a lot of stuff that glows. That's one thing that I try to stay on top of. In terms of fishing bait, we caught a lot last year not fishing sucker meat. I know it works, but burbot, they seem to have a broad diet. A lot, we're told that burbot eat a lot of the forage fish, the trout and all that, but a lot of burbot we've picked up have had sow bugs in their bellies, like a lot of sow bugs. Sow bugs are these little, like an underwater roly-poly. It's a crustacean that's native in our rivers, distant cousin of a scud or even a crawdad. Both of those as well, burbot will eat. We've pulled those out of burbot bellies, and so they seem to be, kind of a very, their diet, it can be pretty diverse, but either way, what they do eat would indicate that they are a game fish. Unfortunately, on this side of the state, they're classified as not a game fish, but certainly predators, and they can be anywhere from, you catch these little skinny things that aren't even worth keeping to, it's real common to see them 30 plus inches. And when they get that big, it's just a wild experience because most people haven't caught them. And, you pick them up and they try to curl around your arm, and it's kind of first time it makes you a little unnerved. But for me, it's a ton of fun. And if I'm kind of upset we can't be out there a little bit more this year. I know there's some spots of safe ice, but, right now we're doing some river stuff too, and can't be in two places at once, unfortunately.
Well, those 30 inches are what it took to win the 2025 Burbot Bash last year. William Negri pulled in the 30.6. 30-inch was your winner. This year, canceled the 2026 Burbot Bash. simply can't do it. As Rye Hud points out, I mean, you got to fish these things better at night. Ice fishing and night on ice is already challenging. Who wants to be out on the ice at night? But then it's just not safe right now. We haven't had the winter to do it because ice fishing is jigging, and jigging is the action these burbot love. Diverse diet, but they're going to respond to the jigging. I don't know. Can we fish them safely? You do have some secret spots. We probably got a hook on with you as a guide, though.
Yeah, I'd be happy to show you. But fortunately, we're about to leave this spring-like temperatures we have, and it's about to get cold in the next week. So we're hoping to see the ice improve. But, last year we started a veterans ice fishing trip that was sponsored for one of our guides, Eric Crooks, who's a veteran, as well as Mr. Brian Summerall. And we decided not to go through with it this year just because a lot of unknowns there, and a lot of pressure ridges, and we just say, it's just, unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait. Aside from the reservoirs, it can be get into them pretty good, but the lakes too. The rivers too. There's been multiple times over the last 15 years here on the green where I'll be floating down the river and you come up on a sandbar, and being that they're nocturnal, they sleep in the day. And if the sun is at the right angle on that sandbar, you can spot them sleeping. Now, here's what I love about it on this side of the state is legally we can snag them, and so if you spot them, you can go snag them and pull them out of there. And on multiple occasions, I've gone up, you can spot them, anchor right next to them, and you just sit there and just jig on them, bouncing that jig on their head. And if they don't eat it, well, then technically we can snag these suckers. So you pop them up, and so it really becomes a fun experience doing that. And something I've become really fond of at nighttime on the rivers here is I'll go by a bridge, take a nice glow in the dark jig, cast that sucker as far as I can, and you kind of watch that thing work on the river 50 yards out or 20 yards out, and all you see is just your glowing jig. And that's a hoot. I really enjoy visual fishing at night where all you can see is your jig. And then, all of a sudden it goes down, disappears, and it's either a rock or a burbot. One tricky part about fishing night in the rivers around here is the otters and the beavers. They will sneak up on you and scare you. I had a friend get bit by an otter around here a few years ago. He had to get rabies shots. I've had to get rabies shots because I got bit by a bat in the neck a long time ago. So a little weary on the night fishing, but it's a blast. So just be aware if you're doing that. We have a lot of otters, and they're curious, and most time they're going to leave. You just don't want to startle them because boy, it'll make you walk on water if they catch you off guard.
And when you're reaching the creel and all there is otter teeth, it's never a good feeling, I would imagine.
No.
Ryan Hudson, owner-operator, Wyoming Fishing Company, and this guy has lost more flies than Shields and Cabela's have ever sold. I would suggest hooking up with his outfit if you want to fish the Upper Green, getting the Seed Skiddy, all that area. He's based in Daniel, Pinedale, Sublake County. Good fishing to you, Ryan.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Great having you on.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to take a quick break. Coming back with more right after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River
you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
So Ryan Hudson we were talking about burbot, and we're talking about burbot because Mark Hines wrote the story about how has the burbot fishing season been. Not great, because you're going to have more success fishing the burbot at night. And of course, it's an ice fishing thing for burbot for the most part, and right now, ice fishing in Wyoming is non-existent or unsafe. As Rye said, one of his guides fell through the ice. Yeah, that happens. It's just not enough ice, so we haven't had the winter. It's 59 degrees for a high today in Sheridan. So, yeah, the bighorns, you tell me. Is it cold enough to get out on the... I wouldn't do it. Not right now. In fact, they called off the 2026 Burbot Bash. Canceled. See you next year. And then burbot, the species of fish. Interesting. They're Wyoming's ugliest fish, probably. The eel-looking things. I'll share a photo of what they look like. Not appealing, but apparently good eating. Everybody who eats burbot says, you'd be surprised. If you didn't have to prepare it or catch it or touch it, you may consider it the poor man's lobster, a flaky white fish meat. Yeah, I don't know. I'll pass. But yeah, whether it's an invasive species depends on where in Wyoming you are. Game and Fish classifies burbot as an aggressive feeder that's going to gobble up all the trout fingerlings, and that's not a good thing. But Ryan Hudson, he's the guy who's on the water probably more than Game and Fish. With all deference to Game and Fish, they do spend time behind a desk and in their green pickups, where guys like Ryan Hudson spend their time in a drift boat and on the water. And from Ryan's observations, burbot coexist with trout and everybody gets along under the water. And he and other anglers doing their best to pull all the burbot out of the water they can, because they're good eating and good fishing. Apparently, they fight a little bit. You got to go jigging. You got to get your awl, cut a hole in the 1 hole, 4 poles. That was the name of one of the fishing teams that placed in the top 5 last year at the Burbot Bash. The winners were in the team fishing competition. The winners were Burbot Shop Quartet. That's cute. But this year, the event had to be canceled. Simply not good enough ice. But the fishing's probably good if you could figure out how to do it. Jig in action, and they'll eat just about anything, says Ryan Hudson. It all comes from the story from Mark Hines, how to classify a burbot, what is a burbot, and how do you cook it once you catch one? Boil it in Sprite. I see our newest friend, Kate Conlon, has another video up, and she was on the show yesterday. Mackinac Island Cookie Company, she's the owner, and right now they're just doing gift mail order business. Everybody closes down on this island in the UP, and she's just a Youper girl. She was on yesterday. So much fun to see the life of a Youper, of a Mackinac Island. She's got her kids getting on the snowmobile. Oh, she's so funny. What a life. This island in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan where there is no cars allowed. Just a unique fairy tale island. Truly a fairy tale island. In fact, it's featured in the movie Somewhere in Time, 1980, featuring Christopher Reeve and what's her name? Jane Seymour. Yeah, real rom-com. They shot it at the hotel, the Grand Hotel on the island. It's fascinating. So there is a new video, another edition of the video shorts that invite us into life on Mackinac Island and the Mackinac Island Cookie Company. And since we had them on the show, they've grown by over 1,000 new followers on Facebook. So maybe we had a little bit of influence, but they're growing by leaps and bounds. And it was fun to check in with a part of the world that's kind of like us, but kind of not. They're certainly got more winter than us right now. I have Cowboy State Daily stories to get to, a couple of national stories I want to talk about as well. More to do, but first I want to take a rodeo break while I set up a great bronc ride from a Wyoming cowboy the other day. You don't see many 90 rides saddle bronc, but Ian turned one in the other day that was a beauty, and he's a Wyoming cowboy. He's been doing it for a while. I'm going to set that up and do all that, but first, let's do rodeo. Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here. Today, Tim O'Connell, a 10-time national finalist, a 3-time world champion bareback rider, and also a terrific analyst for the Cowboy Channel. Tim O'Connell and I talk about the world champion in 2025, Rocker Steiner. Our conversation on the Road Show when we come back.
Hi, I'm Bailey, here with my grandpa, Sean, and we would like to invite you to Booth's Cherry Creek Ranch Annual Bull Sale. It's our 53rd sale, and we are offering 110 registered fall-born Angus bulls. They are quiet, loaded with muscle, and were pap tested by Dr. Tim Holt above 8,000 feet near Walden.
They are sound, and many are recommended for heifers. Plan to attend Thursday, February 12th, 1 o'clock at our ranch sale barn near Veteran. Visit our website or view the bulls at dvauction.com.
For more information, call 534-5865 or 532-1805.
What if your commercial beef herd could be better than you thought possible? Genetic testing can help give you more confidence about what your herd is made of and, more importantly, what it can be. Inherit Select from Zoetis provides data-driven genetic insights to help you make more informed selection, breeding, and culling decisions about your cows and heifers. The journey from genetic potential to reality begins with Inherit Select. Start your conversation with a genetics rep today. Go to beefgenetics.com/radio.
Rocker Steiner, the eventual world champion, and how he handled himself out of the arena too. It seems like he matured a lot in 2026. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, yeah, he's definitely matured, but you got to give the kid has eyes on him like very few in this sport ever have, and he goes to the beat of his own drum regardless. Rocker's always been a sweet kid. He's got a big heart, and you got to remember he was only 21 years old with, you know, everything in front of him, with all the eyes on him, with, you know, what he does. That's a lot on a 21-year-old to sit there and just make adult decisions. I don't think I'm going to make all the right decisions at 21 years old with the fame and the money and everything else that's thrown at him on a daily basis. And I thought he really handled the pressure cooker of Vegas very well this year. I think he's definitely maturing as he grows up, and, you know, now he's 22 years old with the world title under his belt. I mean, he's only going to get better. He's only going to get more mature. I mean, he's going to have fun at the same time. He's a kid too. Everyone's got to remember this is just a kid. He just looks a little bit different than everybody else.
World champion Tim O'Connell on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Thank you, Western Ag Network. We're going to have Russell Nemitz, the head dude over there, on the show later this week. I think Russell's coming on tomorrow. Live from CattleCon. He's in Nashville right now. Russell is going to talk about the significance of that 13-year-old girl in South Dakota that sold a steer for $320,000. What a monumental, record-breaking auction that was. And Russell can put that all in perspective for us. Because I'm seeing that, and I'm thinking that's mind-blowing. That does not happen every day. And I'm pretty sure Russell will say, that's mind-blowing, Jake. That doesn't happen every day. I wouldn't think. This doesn't happen every day either on 90-point ride on a bad bronc. This is Ira Dickinson, Rock Springs, Wyoming, saddle bronc rider. The Mountain State Circuit champion Ira Dickinson, courtesy of Chuck Coombe and the Cowboy Channel. This is a crazy ride.
He's tough like the state he's from. Last night did not go according to plan, but today is a new day. And Ira, it is time.
Ira's riding Dapper Don, a bad bronc.
You are.
Get him, Ira!
Woo! Ira! That is the way you get the mission accomplished.
Oh, yeah, baby. That's Ira Dickinson, 90-point ride on Dapper Don. Just sick. Way to go, Rock Springs Cowboy. We rodeoing, man. And we're going to be rodeoing in Cheyenne, Cody, and everywhere else across the Wyoming, across the Cowboy State here as the rodeo season in full swing. 2026 season. I'm so excited. Just barely underway. They had a big rodeo in Rapid City the other day. It's not warm enough to rodeo in Wyoming yet, but we're getting there. Here's a few. Sonia wants to see the snow machine on the Nisa. Well, Sonia, it's on Cowboy State Daily. I can share it again. Everybody wants to see the biggest story of the day. Nothing more Florida than this photo. Nothing says redneck more than the snow machine on the Nissan Altima. I mean, this story begs a follow-up, does it not? I mean, whoever owns this Nissan and the snowmobile or has anything to do with it, please contact us. Please be in touch. We need to know. We have so many questions. Andrew Rossi's story. All we know is this car was seen, presumably broke down, outside of Casper on Highway 26. That's a long stretch there, Casper to Shoshone. Just a whole lot of nothing. And the Nissan's pulled over. You got the front quarter panel of this Nissan looks like it's going to fall off. The side panel of the snow machine has already fallen off. Everything about this photo is breaking down. And then there's the fact that, dude, where's your trailer? Where's your pickup truck? And the $1 million question, how do you get that sled on top of your car? How did that happen? And then we'll get into the why and what happened. But please contact us if you have anything to do with the snow machine or the Nissan Altima. Just so many follow-up questions. Contact Andrew Rossi. Contact us, me. Reach out. This story, Dale Killingbeck wrote about the 62-year-old Evanston man. Dude. I don't know what happens in one's life that gets you to this point. It's not like one day you wake up and you find yourself with a bad haircut wearing orange. This takes years of doing, and I don't know what got you here. But this is sad and bad. A 62-year-old Evanston man, Robert Vaudry. Now he has a protection order against the couple next door, and he's had that for a while. Stalking, protection order. It has finally come to a head the other day when I read on the Evanston, I follow the Evanston community Facebook page, and people were saying that there was a video on there that was really disturbing. They said somebody should look into this. There's a video, a guy ranting, claiming he's going to shoot his neighbors. And I thought, all right, that might be fake news, or it might be people just sensualizing it. What's the word I want? Over sensualization. But apparently not. This video not only caught the interest of Facebook people on Evanston, but the FBI noted it as well, which tells you something. The FBI had the long arm of the law, right? If the FBI is aware of, I wonder if they have AI working on socials. You know, I mean, we've heard the old wives' tale that if you ever threaten to shoot the president, let's say, like if that clip were to be taken out of this show right now, the FBI, the CIA, they're always listening. Maybe not to the degree of the KGB, but the FBI must be always listening. And I'll bet they utilize AI somehow, because they became aware of Vaudry making threats to shoot his neighbors in the head. His threats were, and let me get my censor button ready because I'll do my best to act in Vaudry's. Let's see. Okay. Vaudry said in the video, which I think, as of press time for the show, was still up and viewable. He said, I will shoot you in the head, and I'm going to shoot you. I hope, and then he names his neighbors, I hope you, so-and-so and so-and-so are watching this, and the neighborhood, and the sheriff's department, all of them, everybody, I hope you're watching. You think you're going to come into my house and take my property? I will shoot you. Dude, calm down. You're an 11. You're at an 11. We need you at like a 2. Calm down. So the FBI notices this video. So do some Facebook users on the Evanston community Facebook page. And they say, this guy's come unhinged. And the FBI alerts the Uintah County Sheriff's Office, and they're like, oh, yeah, we know all about Vaudry. What do you do now? They watch the video, and they find enough there to go pay him a visit, and he's now in handcuffs. He's now in a cage, quite honestly, where, in my opinion, allegedly, and all that stuff, he belongs. Dude, you can't threaten to shoot people. He threatened to shoot the wife in the head. And then for the husband, he had a special plan. He said, when you're driving your propane truck by, he said, basically, that's a bomb. And I'm going to shoot that. He said, if I see that truck drive down the road, I'm going to blow it up. And it's a bomb. And the censor button is replacing mostly F words from the video I watched. So the whole country can see what's going on in our country. He's just losing it, man. Vaudry remains in the Uintah County Jail. The best sentence in the story that Dale Killingback wrote is the final sentence. Vaudry remains in Uintah County Jail. Thank goodness.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, WyoLotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
I'm already sick of all my music beds. Yeah. I'm sick of that one. That one. Okay, I could do this. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're in a stretch run here, wrapping things up on a Wednesday. One of our listeners comments on Facebook saying she's not a big fan of her mayor in Green River. Mary, what can I do as a resident? Well, Mary, I would suggest don't vote for him next time around. We've had Pete Rust on the show concerning the Green River tunnels and rerouting traffic through Green River, and I found Mayor Rust to be a very pleasant guy. He was elected mayor of Green River in 2014, took office in 2015, and was reelected twice again in his third term. So if you don't like your mayor, don't vote for him. That's my only suggestion. But Pete Rust, Mayor Rust, is apparently popular enough. They run 2-year terms there, I would think, how they do in Jackson as well. And Mayor Rust now in his third time around. I'm going to be in Green River tomorrow, and I won't have time to visit Mayor Rust. I'll get to the bottom of this, Mary. I'll be in Green River tomorrow, but I'm there for a basketball game or two. Jackson Bronx taking on the Green River Wolves. Basketball tomorrow. I'll be there tomorrow night for those games. And then somehow drive back and do the show Friday. Ooh, that's going to be tough. But I'll be in Green River tomorrow. I'll see if I can carve out time for Mayor Rust, but I doubt it. It's going to be a whole lot of basketball. Cynthia Lummis, the outgoing, we can say that now, U.S. Senator, will be on the show tomorrow concerning mainly this story, which is very interesting. We heard rumors of, and then perhaps evidence gathered of, the Federal Reserve pressuring banks to close customer accounts over their political views. You can think of few things more nonsense than this. The Fed Reserve pressuring a bank to not give someone a big loan or to actually close their account. Like, so-and-so believes in wind power, close their account for it. Like, really? And then we see President Trump replace the Fed Reserve chairman the other day. The Fed leadership publicly denying any of this is happening. Meanwhile, they didn't count on a senator like Cynthia Lummis. And she and her office have been digging into the matter. And she says she's uncovered written evidence that the Federal Reserve instructed bank examiners to pressure banks into closing accounts for customers based on their political viewpoints. That's shenanigans. It's illegal. It's disgusting. And if true, Senator Lummis is onto a bombshell here. And President Trump, again, he just appointed the new dude to lead the Fed chair. And immediately after doing so, gold and silver hit the skids. I don't know why, but I do have an economist coming on the show to explain why. Kevin Warsh is the incoming Fed chair. That announcement made a couple of days ago, and immediately after that became public, gold and silver tanked. And they've been, those precious metals, gold and silver, hedged against a funny dollar that is fluctuating. The dollar is the US dollar, USD is kind of, when that's weak, gold and silver are strong. And that's what we've been seeing for months or more. And then Trump taps Warsh and gold and silver bottom out. They're in a free fall. And I'm not sure why, but we got Dr. Wu coming on, I think Friday, and he may explain what global economy pressures are happening. What are the dynamics anyway? But it tied up in all of this is this notion that the Fed Reserve pressured banks into picking and choosing customers, closing accounts, denying loans to people based on their political viewpoints. That is just way, way, way wrong. And Senator Lummis will be on the show tomorrow to further dig into that. I can't wait to hear what she's uncovered. Let's check out what our friends at the Game and Fish are doing to close things up. Ray, what's happening?
A look back at the 2025 hunt season in the Sheridan region. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Big game hunting in the Sheridan region ended January 31st with the closure of several late-season cow-calf elk seasons. Data from check stations and field checks have not yet been compiled, but area wildlife managers have some overviews of this year's seasons. Zach Turnbull, Buffalo wildlife biologist, says deer harvest in the Buffalo and KC area was pretty good. He says many of the deer I checked were in better body condition than in past years. Antelope harvest, he says, was about average, but elk hunting was more challenging this year, possibly due to the long, warm fall. He says hunters did see more success as the season progressed. Sheridan wildlife biologist Eric Mychek says around Sheridan, harvest of elk, especially in Hunt Area 37, likely improved compared to previous years. He says the 2024 elk fire appears to have improved presence and visibility of elk on national forest land, especially in the northern half of Hunt Area 37. Mychak says with relatively light snow conditions, elk on the mountain face remained accessible to hunters even into December. He says antelope harvest was average, while several trophy deer, elk, and moose were harvested. On and off the mountain, he says 2025 has been a good year for antler growth and successful hunters. To help local wildlife managers get a more complete picture of this year's hunting seasons, hunters are asked to complete their harvest surveys. These surveys are mailed out annually and ask recipients several questions about their hunt, including how many days were spent hunting, whether or not the hunter successfully harvested, and more. Hunters who did not harvest an animal this year or get a chance to go hunting are still asked to complete that survey. That information is valuable for data analysis. Wildlife biologists evaluate all survey responses and use them to estimate hunter success rates, harvest rates, and to inform future management decisions, such as the setting of quotas, season dates, or other regulations. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Well, thank you, Ray, and that's going to do it for us. How fun was this morning? I'll answer that. Real fun. And we'll do it again tomorrow. Have a great Wednesday, y'all. Cowboy State Daily Show signing off. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way.